Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you guys all had a wonderful weekend. I had a fantastic weekend. You know, it helps when you go into the weekend with such a feeling of peace and that all is right with the world. Things have unfolded the way that they should, and the liars have been shown to be liars. The truth is outing. Really does help you ease into a nice, just relaxing, comfortable, good way of life on your time off. I had a great weekend. We had a kid from our gym had a fight. It was a big hometown fight, which we don't get to do very often. So that was pretty cool. Big old crowd showed up for him. He was the co-main event. Great fight. He won it pretty solidly, but it was a tough one. Kid he had fought before, so it was a rematch. Always fun to bring home hardware, and just some nice weather, some time outside, some catching up on. I just always have so many aspirations of what I'm going to get done. Never quite get there. A lot of stuff to read this weekend. Boy, a lot of stuff to read this weekend. You may not be following the Alice Evans saga with me on my channel. It's been a while since there's been anything to report because the case has just vanished into a black hole of the divorce that will never end. 5 years after he left her. But did we have a big explosion this weekend because Johan Griffith has a restraining order against her. It's due to expire this summer, and he filed his application for renewal. Boy, is that beefy. So I will be making a video about that, one of these days. But right now we're a little occupied with our time. But I did read through everything, and it's just one of those situations where abusers don't stop abusing. If you thought everything was working out good because you haven't heard anything for a while, no, because abusers don't stop abusing. And so very much what we saw in that situation. Well, but I'll tell you who seems to have not really had a very good weekend. Who seems like they didn't have a very good weekend is the whole anti-Karen Reed brigade, the social media brigade. I got to tell you, the whole campaigning that now just is out there around high-profile cases, it's just bizarre. I really don't know what to make of it. Definitely saw this with Amber Heard, along with the confession by projection. She, went to court in California to try to dox Twitter users. She's accusing Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman of using Russian bots. That's the reason the entire world hated Amber Heard, is because they hired bots and not because people watched the trial and heard the audios and formed their own opinions about what was going on in that case, who was the perpetrator and who was the victim. So that's where it really first caught my attention, but it just seems to be everywhere now. If there's a high profile case, there's going to be a bizarre disinformation campaign that's associated with it. And I'm not sure if this is like a new thing that PR firms do. Kind of saw little hints of this in the Blake Lively case. She runs that smear campaign against Justin Baldoni, but she's accusing him of running the smear campaign against her, and she's got the text messages between the PR people, and they're talking about things like hiring bots, but saying we can't do that. Very, very unclear how all this stuff works, but maybe more of that will be fleshed out in that case. But it's just a thing I've noticed. It's very bizarre, and boy, was the bizarre at peak this weekend, because this is the kind of thing, that they're putting out. What the hell is this? What is this? Okay. I can't even contemplate how bad a time you must have had. This is how we're responding to Friday's cross-examination. This is like your meme. It's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And it's like, it's bizarre on so many levels, because one, it's so out of alignment with what everybody watched on Friday. Okay. Like even Court TV's own poll, Court TV has not really been all that favorable to Karen Reed's version of events, her theory of the case. And yet, even overwhelmingly, Court TV ran a poll. Do you believe Jen McCabe? No. No. It was an absolute disaster for her. And so the weekend was this very strange mix of pretending that Jen McCabe did absolutely fantastic on the stand, that she, demolished Alan Jackson. No, you better catch up. She had a good day Wednesday. Friday, bombed. Friday absolutely bombed. So this bizarre combination of pretending that Jen McCabe did absolutely fantastic on the stand, but also, calling for encouragement and support of Jen McCabe. Come support Jen McCabe. Send her a message of support. Why would she need a message of support if she just did the awesome job you're trying to tell me that she did with this visual of her in a Wonder Woman suit? And part of what's so strange about this too, this does not look like her. Okay, this does not look like her. And there were others. Okay, this one, this isn't even her. This isn't even her. This is a different woman that they put in this striped shirt and stuck the crown on her head. This is a different human being. I mean, it's really bizarre to me. So I'm not sure what message is being sent here. I don't know if I'm supposed to be like forgetting who Jen McCabe was and what she did on the stand, or if it was amazing. Okay, I could see, well, let's make it of a different woman so that when people, Google Jen McCabe or whatever, she wants her privacy back or something like that. I don't know. Like anybody who's interested in this case can definitely figure out who she is and what she looks like. I mean, I could kind of see something like that, but it's just at the same time, like, we're congratulating her, but not her. And so it's just really underscoring this fantasy perspective that, seems to me to be underlying a lot of this weird propaganda, and disinformation. This isn't even her. Like, is this like, does she find this flattering? Come and praise me, but make me look like somebody totally different? That doesn't seem very flattering to me. I mean, I don't get it. So very, very bizarre weekend in that sense. Lots of cope on the part of folks who maybe hoped things were going to go a little bit better than they did, and were disappointed at what they got out of Friday. So a whole week this week. Bev says every day, full days. So we are really going to get into the weeds of the Commonwealth's case here. We're on week 3. Brennan told us he expected 3 to 4 weeks to put his case on. So we should be getting the bulk of it in these days coming up now. I've been looking to see if anybody has a heads up on who our next witnesses are going to be. Haven't seen anything. Not sure what to expect. I have Trooper Proctor on my thumbnail for today. I have no idea when he's in the lineup. I just know he's still waiting in the wings. But a lot of stuff is still waiting in the wings. I gotta wonder, keep saying we just wait and wait and wait for the facts, science, and data that we were promised in opening to show us that John O'Keefe was in fact actually hit by a car, and not just any car, but Karen Reed's car. That the mechanism of death that the Commonwealth proposes here is in fact grounded in some kind of factual basis. We keep waiting for that. We waited for that a long time in the last trial. And if that is in fact a weak point of the Commonwealth's case, which it certainly was in the last trial, they haven't made up those deficits and have a much better argument that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with a car, then I would expect it to be buried in the middle. Expect it to be buried in the middle, and then the last thing that the jury will hear from the Commonwealth before we move on to the defense case, what do you have left? You got those voicemails from Karen. The voicemail she left on John's phone after she left 34 Fairview. Very angry, not very nice things that she had to say to him at that point in time. And there's, probably clips of her talking about it. I kind of vaguely remember her talking about it in the ID interview. So that, right? Isn't that roughly how Lally did it? Isn't that roughly how Lally did it? You bury the weak stuff in the middle of your case where the jury may not remember it. And if it doesn't land, then you still have time to move on and catch their attention with something else. Redirect them onto something else. So we know at the end of the day, the whole case the Commonwealth is really presenting here is a case that's based on, but Karen Reed said. So that being the case, I got to tell you, while overall, from a technical standpoint, I think Mr. Brennan is very, very superior to Mr. Lally in the courtroom. He just asks better questions. He structures his questioning better. He's able to, convey his outrage to a point of being perhaps a bit obnoxious. But, nevertheless, he's got some emotional appeal that he can pull on. He's just, not a one-note droning series of questions that are hard to track. He's technically a better lawyer than Lally. But from where we sit here right now, I kind of think Lally put on the better case. He's put on the better case so far. Watching the structure, the order of how things have unfolded with the Commonwealth, I think that there are certain things that Lally did that gave him a big advantage compared to where we are at right now. And one of the big things, I think, was doing that chronological presentation, getting so many of the law enforcement and the first responders and those preliminary witnesses out. And it was so repetitive and kind of painful in a sense of, shall we get to the point? But what it worked really well at, I think, was just establishing, if they're going to rely on so heavily on I hit him, and that was the Commonwealth's case last time as well, having that come out of multiple people's mouths, putting the defense in the position of, we've got to rebut all of these people now. We've got to challenge all of these people now. Potentially just adds a little bit of weight to the idea that, well, maybe she did say it because all these people are saying that. And so things like Katie McLoughlin, the firefighter, kind of went down the side route of her connections with Caitlin Albert, and she's an insider, so that's impeachable. That's why we shouldn't believe her. Then we have Michael Lank coming in, and we got to impeach him with his relationship with the Alberts. It just it kept the pressure on the defense to have to keep providing explanations for why all of these witnesses are not believable. And so then by the time you get to the McCabes, the Alberts, these key players, you're kind of already expecting, well, of course the defense is going to say something. They're going to have something. They're up here, they're having to challenge everything everybody says. But the way that Mr. Brennan has structured it, because he's been far more minimal with his presentation on some of those topics, and he has bet early and big, I think, on Jen McCabe and Timothy Nuttall. I think he's bet real big on them to substantiate the I hit him narrative, to get that to really stick. And I don't think it's working. He doesn't have that benefit that Lally had of, well, the defense is just challenging everything. The defense thinks everybody up here is wrong. The defense thinks everybody up here has some connection with the Alberts, and that's why, their testimony is problematic. It's all a big conspiracy. I think Lally's approach did counter the defense's counter a little bit better, but with Brennan's approach, okay, we started with Nuttall, the true believer in I hit him. I really think that's why he was chosen, because he is so earnest and he believes it so much. But the problem is he believes it so much that he keeps leaning in further and further and further into his very vivid memory. And that just makes it so impeachable, because it didn't happen. And so it can't be reconciled with the rest of the evidence that we have of what was going on that morning. We can look at the video. At the point when you say that happened, and it's not the way you describe. It's not the way you describe. So while it doesn't disprove that she said it, does disprove that she said it when and under the circumstances your vivid memory thinks that she did. So it really calls into question this vivid memory that you're reporting to the jury. Kind of set the stage with Timothy Nuttall. Carrie Roberts didn't hear it, so can't really go down that road with Carrie Roberts. But now Jen McCabe. Of course, Jen McCabe is a big piece of the I hit him narrative. And I don't think that's paying off. I don't think that's paying off, because now Jen's story lacks credibility. Jen is very problematic as a witness. So many ways, so many inconsistencies. Friday was so much more effective in emphasizing how squirrely and evasive that she's trying to be, how self-serving she's trying to be. I never failed to refuse to answer questions that law enforcement had to me, except for that time you did with those people that weren't connected. Except for that time you did. Very, very self-serving. So now when we look at the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him theory and that narrative of the case that the Commonwealth has presented, we've swung twice and whiffed pretty strong both times. Whiffed hard with Timothy Nuttall, whiffed hard with Jen McCabe. And so now we're primed to be skeptical. We're primed to be skeptical. And it's so much harder now to make up for that by bringing in the parade of the other witnesses, the Katie McLoughlin, there's like one other firefighter, Flamati, I think, is the other one who says that he heard it. But Matthew Kelly, the firefighter, didn't hear it. Seraph didn't hear it. Mulaney didn't hear it. The two cops that are at the scene, the one who Timothy Nuttall tried to say, well, I'm not an investigator. It's not my business. Katie McLoughlin tried to say what happened right in front of them. Good is another one. He didn't hear it. But according to Katie McLoughlin, Seraph was like, we got to go get Officer Good right now. Well, except that none of that happened. They report that none of that happened. So it kind of looks like there's a sidebar. Yeah, they're gonna go right up to the sidebar. Why did we know that was gonna happen? Sound is on, but they're not giving it to us yet. So so they already know. They already know at this point. It's gonna be hard to recover that I hit him narrative. And in hindsight, looking back at both these strategies, both these ways of presenting it, I gotta think Lally's method was more effective. His method was more effective. Get it out from all of those first responders first. Let the defense chip away at the edges, and then go all in with Jen McCabe. I think you've just set up a different attitude towards that accusation and how it's going to be received by the jury than they have in this trial. And I think that's largely because he bet on Jen McCabe being able to sell it. He bet on Jen being able to sell it, and I don't think he won that bet. I don't think he won. Well, I did notice, looks like the defense team, we're going to scroll right past her here. This girl over here seems to be the tech person today. So looks like she's filling in for Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf is who the defense has been relying on to pull up their videos and their exhibits and things like that. So he's got a backup. And the O'Keefes are back. The O'Keefes are back. Lots of speculation about why they were not in the courtroom after lunch on Friday during the final bit of the cross-examination of Jen McCabe. We don't know. Could be lots of reasons. Heard something about prom, junior prom, stuff like that going on. It was a big weekend for stuff like that. We had some here too. Some of the schools had prom. Could be something like that. I don't know. Just a thing to notice. Of course, Paul's still in his back row position. New position for him. Still curious about that conversation they had back in chambers with the family, after which Paul moved. I wonder if that conversation was on the record, meaning, with the court reporter present. Really should be. It's part of the course and conduct of the trial. No reason I can think of for that to be confidential. So it is something there should be a record of when all of this is said and done, and transcripts of sidebars and such should be available. Looks like no Turtle Boy in the courtroom today. They're doing the pass, the random selection of who gets the time, rather than the great chair race that they had before, which was similar to what we had in Delphi. Boy, if you want to cause chaos for how to get in the courtroom, that's a way to do it. Black for Karen today. Oh, we have a position change now. We have Mr. Alessi down there at the far end of the table. No idea what, if any, significance that has. Just a thing I noticed. Perhaps because we've gotten comfortable with Paul's new position. Mr. Yanetti had kind of always been the shield, the screen between Karen and Paul, sitting right there, kind of glaring at her or whatever. Now they don't have to worry about that so much.
It's freezing.
Looking at what looks like social media there. The camera does get awfully uncomfortably close to a defense table, their papers, their computers, and stuff like that for my liking. It's part of the configuration of this courtroom that it's not awesome. You're not supposed to be videoing what the attorneys are looking at and the work that they're doing and so forth. But they do tend to zoom in on stuff like that, don't they? So after finishing Friday with retrograde extrapolation, where's the Commonwealth going from here? There's something going on that, we can't tell what it is. We don't know, but the court officer having the communications, I mean, maybe we're just coordinating the jury coming in, but it doesn't usually take them this long.
All rise for the jury, please.
All right, jury's coming in, so maybe nothing. Just a normal delay. Remember when we ended Friday, we had the witness from the lab testifying about the retrograde extrapolation. Mr. Yanetti was not, he hadn't said he's done with his cross, but it wasn't really like, do you need to do more? It wasn't necessarily clear if they were going to bring her back or not. So I'm not sure if that's where we're going to pick back up. What was her name? Hannah Knowles. Hannah Knowles was that witness's name.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk, Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so they are
I got nervous.
Okay.
picking back up with Hannah
I
Knowles.
thought that we were done with that witness.
No, I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I have more.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
You didn't know that? He was pretty clear about that. I'm not sure why you decided to get, it was just whether he was going to say like, yes, this is good.
Ms. Knowles, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Yanetti.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
So garbage in, garbage
out. You don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present, and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me. You can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct. I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me. At your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court, and you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Indeed. Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that this type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay, so a lab like Good Samaritan's, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yanetti.
Ask it differently.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but
So
this will go
no-
more quickly.
No comments, just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
Yeah, what is hematocrit?
I don't know.
She doesn't know what hematocrit is?
Hematocrit is the percentage
Yes.
of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual
doesn't know
hematocrit
that?
can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
Would somebody's age
doesn't
be
know
a
that.
factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right, and the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So
That's
if
high.
you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation,
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
but was it
and
imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my
What
laboratory.
was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that. Was there a precise number, ma'am?
the results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Mr. Yanetti.
Yes. Once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, the calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay, and the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes,
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact.
Shop Granger. Talk shop.
Okay,
for
why
your shop.
are we
1
getting
million
ads
industrial grade
on
products backed by
Boston?
20.
The contents
We
of their
should
stomach
not-
or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay.
We have
body
YouTube
weight can
Premium, so we
impact the
shouldn't have
blood alcohol
ads.
concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations, The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Assisting.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Assisting.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Assisting.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
That it?
All right, Mr.
Yep.
Lally.
Garbage in, garbage out. It's a great cross. That's the your assumptions are bad, so are your conclusions.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
We went through this
Whole
already.
blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations or the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it, or ask it differently, Mr.
Sure. The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
What? What? Can you restate
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the...
Poor question.
What?
Let me rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
Bladder loss.
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your training experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed.
Would it now?
If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
So if
What
any,
I'm
so
asking,
it
Ms.
doesn't
Knowles,
depend on
is
how
if
much.
there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Actually,
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
asked and answered.
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on
Asked and
January 29th?
answered.
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
But he really landed
All right, Ms.
something there.
Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much.
So if we do the math,
All right, Commonwealth's next witness, please, or
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
Ryan Nagel. Oh, we're going to talk about what was going on out front when Karen's SUV was there. If we do the math that Mr. Yanetti gave us from this Rainey study of a conversion factor as high as 1.59 for some individuals, then we get a BAC of 0.0. No, it's even lower than that, honestly, because I did that on the 9.3. I didn't do the conversion first. It would be point.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury?
Wait, let me do it real fast.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you for this thing.
morning.
Good morning. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer. So.
Okay. Do you feel like you had
makes
any
all
type
the
of
difference.
effect
Nobody's
from the
ever gotten
alcohol?
impaired off beer.
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the court reporter, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He is a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Right a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can you actually give me a second? I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Are you
familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Okay. Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
Okay. And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right.
And
them to take a right.
That vehicle is going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle is coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
Okay. The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
It was in front of me the whole time.
Okay. And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
For roughly 2 minutes.
Okay. In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door. So.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway, did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
If I may.
Hey, sirens.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Okay. Now,
It's a long time.
I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
Objection.
Fine.
I'll allow it.
What if I told you just
This
need to wet
is
this
really
razor in order to use
obnoxious,
it? This Moisture Plus
We,
razor by Flamingo actually
do
has
have premium, so I'm going to try to fix that during the break. See if like it logged me out or something like that. We don't control ads too, just so you know. Google plays ads on our
Good
videos,
morning, sir.
whether they pay us for them or not.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antano was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yanetti, thank you.
Yes.
Busy siren morning.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
He may have had one or two.
Okay. But he appeared to be
That's a
driving
question?
safely?
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time?
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes,
should
sir.
take the
And
right of
he
way.
actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV in that sense got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have
Nice try, Jen.
the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yanetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
I'm hung up on this. He flashed the lights to indicate she could turn. Of course she can turn. She has the right of way. If she's turning right and you're turning left, why would you flash? This is just strange to me. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's just like, of course she would turn. She should be the one flashing you to be like, hey, I'm turning. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know why the lights got flashed. But it just stands out to me as well that is a little bit of a strange explanation.
So, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way.
Thank you, Kelly. I will take your word for that.
Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you're going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes, so to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
Right.
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will be, go ahead, madam. Next exhibit will be 49.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct, I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance, how close did she get to you?
I could have popped on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And
like
she
it's a
called
given
you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay. Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Do you deny it?
Objection?
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Allow it.
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really felt was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
But you have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats in the front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV?
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Ooh. Oh, in fact, you saw it was empty. Been trying to avoid saying
The woman
that.
in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat.
I'm sorry,
in the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
But
Just
you
happened to
didn't-
see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right.
Hold on, Mr.
Right.
Yanetti. Nothing about
Sir,
the
you
Jeep.
mentioned you were at that address around 12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Did you know the exact time you left?
No. Not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It was probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given the weather.
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
And the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again?
The ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left.
Oh my God.
Was there inches of snow?
No, there was
On the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat?
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Could I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
Walking?
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustain.
No, sir, I've never seen
That
it.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you take that down, please?
Yeah, take it down. The little heartstrings
And
boy
after
didn't
you
work.
left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Very well done.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
That was good. No, he's definitely not changing his testimony. He knows
Next
better than
witness,
that.
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
Maxon. I assume we're at Heather Maxon now. That's what he meant. Never touch the Jeep. Maybe they'll just highlight the fact that they never mentioned it.
Officer, the evidence in the court during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Not part of the story at all.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28th, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house.
She's got a
Just
Blake
hanging out.
Lively vibe,
Whose
doesn't
parents?
she?
Ryan's.
Right.
But
Were you with
nicer.
anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, were there other plans that you were?
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to
Yeah.
go get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No,
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky,
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located. But the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street. So we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't
okay.
recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like an SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left,
No.
did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's taillights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
Okay. When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night?
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes.
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
We did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there, at that point, any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights,
Was the driver's side door open?
not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
Oh, so you didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver, no.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
I'll allow it.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
A lot of it's possible being set up here from the party with the burden of proof.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a
Oh, and now they're going to give us
She
more.
passed them down to you. But who passed them?
Doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so. Yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out, and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
You shouldn't, because you're just going to be restating your direct.
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
That was pointless, but he's just gotta have that last word. So let's go and restate some of what we already established on direct. It's exactly what we saw Lally do earlier this morning with Hannah Knowles, the witness from the MSP lab. He went into this redirect that is not a redirect. It's not a rebuttal of what came out on Cross. It's
Ms.
just
Maxon, you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
a restatement of what she already
Mr.
said.
Brennan, your next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Katie McLoughlin.
Oh, now we get to Katie.
Sorry, Kristen.
Now we get to Katie. Katie, the firefighter. So nobody brought up the Jeep, the fact that the Jeep wasn't there. I think they're going to be able to just highlight that, it's not the defense's burden. Nobody mentioned the Jeep. The Commonwealth didn't elicit that there was a Jeep there. Sure seems like they would have seen a Jeep if there was a Jeep there. Oh, and I finally did do the math on the retrograde extrapolation with the higher percentage, the higher conversion factor that Mr. Yanetti elicited. If you do that to the converted, serum to BAT conversion.
20 minutes.
Okay, that's for
All
taking
rise,
your
please.
reset.
Chairs, close your notebook.
So I will pause that. Anyway, so the math you get with the higher, the 1.57 that Mr. Yanetti said, yeah, there's studies that suggest it can go this high. You get a BAC of 0.0496 to 0.052. So pretty significantly lower lower retrograde extrapolation in that situation. So interesting. Yeah, interesting. Interesting facts he was able to get out through that. It's very much a garbage in, garbage out situation, and requires a lot of assumptions, and you can't even count on the assumption that, she hadn't had anything to drink since 12:45. Definitely something that has crossed my mind. Okay, guys, while we are on the morning break, I'm going to step out real quickly because I'm going to reboot my system and then come back. I think that what's happening with the ads, I do have premium. Yes, I've constantly had it. We haven't had ads so far. So sorry. I think YouTube may have just logged me out. So I'm gonna check all that and see if I can get that fixed. Please give me one moment and hang tight. Okay, thank you for waiting so patiently. I do think that was our problem, guys. I did have to log back in, do the whole two-factor, authentication and all that. So hopefully we will no longer be tormented with the ads this morning. And yes, in case you weren't aware, I don't control whether ads show up on my stream or not. If you don't have premium. Premium is what cuts the ads. YouTube will run ads on my stuff, whether they choose to pay me for it or not. So just one of the limitations of the platform, such as it is. So, well, we got Katie McLoughlin coming up, and her only real value as a witness at this point is to reiterate the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Her story is very easily rebuttable because she's the one who says that she said this in front of Officer Seraph, and that Officer Seraph was like, "Oh, we got to get this to Good. We got to make sure Good knows about this." And both Seraph and Good have, no recollection of this happening at all. So just a little bit of a discrepancy between what the witnesses recall. Then, of course, there's the whole side issue that came up during the last trial. Katie McLoughlin has some kind of relationship with Caitlin Albert. She tried to minimize it. I think I went to school with a Caitlin Albert. Yeah, you actually went to like lots of beach parties and apparently have continued to stay in touch with her since then. Saw her in college and stuff like that. Just all these variety of things that the internet being the resource that it is during trials now, her social media was mined like in real time. Lo and behold, there's all these photos of her hanging out with Caitlin Albert. So that I expect is going to come out this time as well. Last time it caused a little bit of a flurry. There had to be a voir dire and stuff because it was late discovered information by the defense. And Commonwealth wanted to kind of be able to flesh it out and test it and so forth. So Bev let them do that and ultimately like let some of them in, but not all of it. And I'll let you limited questioning about this and so forth. We don't have that issue this time, right? They've had time to glean everything they needed to glean. So it should be, I would think, a lot cleaner this time around. Well, let's see what kinds of questions and comments you guys have so far. Jason McLoughlin, how does Judge Beverly Cannoni compare to Judge Fran Gohl? Judge Beverly Cannoni is, from my comparison, the comparison between these two, from my perspective, is like the difference between a stormtrooper and the Emperor Palpatine. Okay. Bev is kind of annoying. She clearly favors the Commonwealth in many ways. She's very much a stickler for stuff. She, in the context of this trial anyway, is just kind of coming off as a, to me, fairly run-of-the-mill pro-prosecutor judge. Like you run into these people all over the place. And yeah, absolutely in a small town, there's networks there that operate kind of behind the scenes. There's little subtle ways that who you know and who you hang out with and so forth influences the decisions that you make and the way that you evaluate the cases that are in front of you. This is something that I would say I have seen in my own experience in small towns. So, yeah, she's a difficult judge and a kind of annoying judge to deal with from the defense standpoint. She is not the unmitigated evil that I saw from Judge Gohl. These are different animals from my perspective. Caitlin, 1980s baby. Good morning, Andrea Chat from Indianapolis, Indiana. Here you go. Welcome, Caitlin. Welcome from Indianapolis. Just chatting about your fine state. Hope you're having a decent winter over there. It looked like, I didn't experience any of that. I got to see it during relatively comfortable fall. But I can imagine winter being quite harsh. Hopefully you're coming into spring, getting light back, getting trees blooming and all that. Jason McLoughlin. Oh, this is the same question. Yeah. She is a different animal entirely. Patrick McKernan. Ozzy. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome, Ozzy. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us all the way from the other side of the world. You must be having a very late night tonight. So thank you for spending it with us. And Cat100 with a super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Anne. Polly Pockets Power Trip is a YouTube member. Welcome, Polly Pockets Power Trip. Glad to have you with us. YSL Kells. I think Brennan is piecemealing the witness order to the defense, especially with the bizarre order they've been called. He is kind of piecemealing, and it's hard to tell how much of this is editing, which, Lally's case needed editing to the extent he got any benefit from front loading his case with all of these repetitive people that we didn't need to hear from. If it worked to his benefit, that was coincidental. That was not Lally's plan. Well, I'm going to lull them into hearing I hit him from all these different people so that it's stronger, the idea that it might have happened by the time we get Jen McCabe on the stand. This was not a deliberate strategy. This was simply a, well, that worked out for you, potentially. So some of it may be editing. We don't need to call everybody. There's several people that have nothing to add. But yeah, some of it might be just jumping around all over the place, trying to keep us a little off balance about what we're hearing. Problem is, defense is far more familiar with this case than the jury is. So if you're jumping around and doing things out of order and back and forth and all that stuff, you run the risk that you're confusing the jury. You're losing the jury. Where are we now? Wait, what? And that was another benefit that Lally's organization had, is that it was by and large pretty chronological. So at least it was easy to follow in that sense. Jennifer Devine, do you know why they would retry this? Their lead investigator was fired for his behavior on this case. Well, they're dug in, aren't they? They're dug in. I don't know if it's a sunk cost issue, like they're already so invested in this. They have to change their theory. They have to bring in a new pathologist. They have to bring in a new accident reconstructionist. I'm really waiting to see what their theory is of how this car accident allegedly took place without leaving evidence of it. Conventional, vehicle pedestrian collision evidence of it on John's body or on Karen's car. Because if there's one thing we remember from ARCA, no, the tail light in the condition that it was in the Sally Port, not consistent with a collision like this with a human body. Their lead investigator's been fired for his conduct in this case. And they're still dug in. Why? I mean, that's the $1 million question, isn't it? That's the $1 million question. This is a corruption case from the defense standpoint. So that might have a little something to do with it. We don't know. But it's certainly plausible. Certainly plausible. Given what we know about this FBI investigation, the affront that the district attorney of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Michael Morrissey, took to that investigation, the fact that it occurred, the fact that he knew nothing about it. This was not we're working in concert with our local law enforcement partners. No, local law enforcement was not their partners in whatever it was that the FBI was investigating. So, it's a plausible hypothesis. That's why. Because they got to save their own skins. And at this point, convicting Karen Reed is the best hope that they have. Best hope that they have of salvaging their own reputations and, worst case scenario, potentially criminal behavior concerning the handling of this case. But also it's not that uncommon for prosecutors to dig in. They just dug in, they're so tunnel vision focused on their theory that she did it, that we will absolutely change the facts and change our theory and come up with a different explanation. What have we said this whole time about cognitive dissonance? You have multiple explanations for a thing. It's because you can't reconcile that what you want to believe in reality are not adding up. They're not adding up. So you come up with a lot of explanations to justify what you already believe. Plenty of that kind of thing in prosecution behavior a lot of the time. So could be as simple as that. Miriam, I love you, Queen. So happy I found you. Well, thank you, Miriam. I'm so glad you're here with us. What a nice thing to say. Caitlin, 1980s Baby is also now a YouTube member. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Hope you stick around. 10 Cat, Lally's dry presentation reinforced his suggestion that the defense was trying to distract, which clearly resonated with jurors. Hank's tone is closer to the defense and disarms that line of attack. I think this is a good point too. Lally, as lumbering as his methodology was, it was at least persistent. You know, he's on a track, he's working through it, and he was able to cast that by doing the pre-buttal case. He was kind of able to shape what the defense's argument was and what they were going to say and what kind of claims that they were making. He was able to kind of get out ahead of those, and by doing that, gives him the opportunity to characterize it a little bit. When Lally is already out there saying, oh, well, the defense is going to tell you all these people were involved in a conspiracy and yada, yada. And then you march through, you know, every EMT and every firefighter and all these not really involved people at all. And, you know, defenses coming at each and every one of them. It maybe sticks a little bit more. It maybe sticks a little bit more. But this time, yeah, you know, Hank is a defense attorney. He's trying this case like a defense attorney. He sounds, you know, just basic things to my ear. He sounds more like a defense attorney than like a prosecutor. He obviously has his habit of asking the leading questions. He's used to being on cross-examination, and so he has not broken that habit for this case. He's getting called out for it and corrected from time to time. But even things like the Jeep, you know, it's a defense lawyer thing to just not mention stuff and then make arguments in closing about why it wasn't mentioned, because you don't have any burden of proof as the defense. But if you, the prosecution, are trying to establish my witnesses are credible and this is the version of events that proves beyond a reasonable doubt Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe with her car, you got to deal with those inconsistencies. You don't get to just be like, well, maybe it was this, maybe it was that. Maybe doesn't get you to beyond a reasonable doubt. And the defense can stand up in opening and point to the jury instructions, read the language of the jury instructions that say it's not enough. Might have done it nowhere near enough. So that to me is just a difference in probably mindset that Mr. Brennan brings to the case compared to Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally is a career prosecutor. He's been in that office. I mean, I don't know if he spent his entire career there, but he's been there for an awfully long time. And that's what he does. Brennan, conventionally a defense attorney, taking this on as a special prosecutor. But I'm not sure he's thinking about this case with the prosecutor's mind. Sandra, do we think Brennan wants the FBI door open so they can say the investigation was closed and didn't find anything? Well, I don't know that they can say the investigation didn't find anything. That wasn't, as far as I know, part of the official communication to the Norfolk County DA's office and Helena Rafferty that they have both claimed that they received. It's already kind of out there with Jen McCabe anyway, right? That the investigation is, it's over. So, I mean, to that extent, the door has been opened. The door has been opened. I don't think that Brennan is likely to want to open that door a lot more. First off, who's their witness? Who's their witness? It would have to be Chief Rafferty. He can't get on the stand, Mr. Brennan, and say, this is what happened. I suppose it could be Mr. Morrissey or whoever from the DA's office personally received that communication. The investigation is over. How long was the investigation going on? How much effort did they go through in the course of this investigation? And you don't actually know if, for example, the investigation's concluded and now they're in front of a grand jury as we speak. You don't actually know that. So I don't think he probably wants this door opened. If I'm him, I'm not real pleased with Jen McCabe for having potentially opened the door to hearing more about the FBI investigation. I saw this a lot over the weekend. A big, very common question people had, like right off the bat. Did Jen McCabe just open the door to getting into a lot more of this stuff? Yeah, I think she did. I think she did. And the reason why is because when you make claims during your testimony, the defense gets to rebut those. That's the nature of trial. You don't get to just make a claim and then the defense is prohibited from being able to challenge it. So if the door has been closed to something you weren't supposed to say and you say it anyway, that's what opening the door is. Because the defense gets to rebut the claims you made. And so the claims that Jen McCabe made in that little diatribe she went off on about the FBI, she didn't say FBI, the other law enforcement agency, or her little diatribe about their investigation, she made the claim that she met with them multiple times, answered all the questions, the law enforcement agency concluded their investigation, so she must have done a pretty good job. So she thinks she did a pretty good job. What does this open the door to? Well, what did the FBI do notwithstanding your interviews? What did they do afterwards? Did they continue to investigate the case, or did they say no? Jen McCabe told us this, we're done. No, we know they didn't. So opens the door to defense rebutting the claim. She didn't set aside their misconceptions. They actually continue to conduct their investigation for like close to 2 years. She very much did not set aside their misconceptions, and they clearly were not satisfied with their questions, because they went on and did such things as hire ARCA. Yeah, I think that door has been opened. She claimed that her input had a certain influence on the course of that investigation. Defense is entitled to show no, it did not. That's how I see it. Now, are they going to be allowed to do that? Of course, is the other question. Is Judge Bev going to allow them to do that? She's not going to want to. And so my bet is on no. She will say this is a collateral issue. The reason why that matters is because when it comes to impeaching a witness in cross-examination, you don't get to bring up extrinsic evidence to impeach a witness if a matter is collateral. If it's central to the issue in the case, for example, here's this testimony I give about my eyewitness account of this crime, and you've previously given a different account, it's central to the issues in the case. What happened? So they get to bring in extrinsic evidence of that prior statement. Say you're on the phone, you told your mom something different. They get to call mom to bring that statement in. If it's just collateral, though, we're attempting to show that the witness lacks credibility because she misstated something on a job application, a couple of years ago. You're less likely going to be able to bring that in. Now, there is an argument that a witness's credibility, particularly important witness, somebody who does have eyewitness type of knowledge, that their credibility is always central to the case. So you should always be able to come in and cross-examine with, dishonesty and stuff like that. But it doesn't typically get interpreted like that. So that's how I think Judge Bev will try to get around that. She'll say, well, this is a collateral issue. The FBI investigation, it's collateral. You don't get to bring in extrinsic evidence of what the course of that investigation was in order to impeach Jen McCabe. I definitely don't agree with that because it is pretty central to this case. Not just Jen McCabe's credibility, but the FBI investigation. It's a big piece of why we have what we have evidence-wise here. Overwhelming amount of this stuff. It came from the feds. It didn't come from discovery or independent defense investigation. It came from the feds. Stuff like the location data, putting her at Lank's house, etc. That was them. So I have a hard time seeing that a collateral, that an independent investigation that is looking into the same events and reaching a different conclusion is collateral. I have a hard time seeing that, but I think that's what Judge Bev is ultimately going to conclude. James Casatelli. I get the impression Hank's marching orders were to make the process the punishment because they know they can't win on the facts. There's some of that mentality a lot of times as well with prosecutors. Maybe even if I don't win, I can get my pound of flesh. I can get my pound of flesh. Go ahead and it looked like they're getting close to getting started again, but I'm not going to make a stare at the fan. Just wanted to make sure I have it available. I don't know that that's his marching orders. I really don't. But it just in terms of that being his strategy, would it surprise me if that's what it is? No, I think that's pretty common. That's part of the leverage that prosecutors use to try to get somebody to plead out. So Matt McCabe spilled that in the group chat already.
Oh, okay.
They are coming back. So I don't know if this was his marching orders, but wouldn't surprise me if it's part of his thought process.
You saw this with the evidence to the court and jury in the case.
No, we're getting Sarah Levinson instead. This is not Katie McLoughlin. This is Sarah Levinson. So let me change
All right,
that.
Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
I was so
Levinson,
close.
do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie, were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road. I believe, road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No.
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Okay, take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch.
Oh,
and then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came, by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. If that makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, and at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the four women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The three girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
Oh.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it, did you say, the half window through?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole?
Yes.
Street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left?
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before, no.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together, Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian's Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but.
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point, no.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, we're talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue
Shouldn't
after
mind.
Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who's already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No,
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
no.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed, the wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
What seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabes get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out?
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was
Okay.
it I'm sorry. Was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Julie said something. That's a change, isn't it? Is it going to be Yanetti?
Good morning, Ms. Levinson.
Good morning.
Jackson.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins, by the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home, probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there?
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction. When you walk out the door, obviously you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
The entire time.
Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out, Ms. Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then he realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You
Looking at his shoes the whole time.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn, and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
Yeah, you need to get that prior testimony about Julie said something. I don't remember that from the first trial. Don't remember that. Might have to go check the old notes here. Let's see what I can find. Sarah Levinson on day 11.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
Take it back, guys. She
State
did.
Trooper Michael Proctor.
Okay. Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you
She
why
did say it before.
he waited 9 months to contact you? Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
He did say it before. Going back through my notes, just that Sarah said something a little bit further down and she looked outside and didn't see anything. Another important thing that Sarah Levinson said in the first trial that I do wonder if they're going to get back to is she said that Jen McCabe's phone was plugged in. And so she would check it periodically. It was plugged into the wall behind her, behind which was the family room. It was that the wall in between the dining room and the family room. And that the phone was just resting on a ledge and she would come over and look at it more than once. She remembers Jen saying that someone else was coming. So, that's kind of important if we are focused on Jen McCabe's timeline and her explanation for the text to John, what she was doing, what the phone shows, et cetera, et cetera. She was getting up and going to the door, texting John when she looked out and saw it, except she didn't have her phone with her. We already saw the health data didn't register any movement between about 12:25 and 12:35. So at the time she's taking these steps over to the door, she's not bringing her phone. Her phone didn't register any of that. And then, peculiarly, the phone starts moving around after about 12:35, which is when Jen, is now saying she's not sure if she got up and looked at that point. So it just depends on how hard I think they want to hit on Jen's inconsistencies and what they want to establish there. But that is something from Sarah's prior testimony that they may choose to get into. Interesting little shift in the timing of the whole peanut butter and jelly sandwich story, isn't it? No, that's not what we were talking about when we drove by. That was at a different time. I might have been on my phone. Maybe she was on her phone. So that takes away that excuse of Jen McCabe. I was turned around looking in the center of the car, talking about peanut butter sandwiches, and that's why I wasn't looking out the passenger window. They all have these detailed excuses for why they weren't looking at the yard. They aren't adding up with each other. And, Sarah's story to me, what, you stared at your feet the entire time. Like, no, I'm sorry. You look up and you look around and you look at your feet. If you're worried about slipping, you're not locking your arms with your extremely drunk best friend. Okay. Julie was lit up. They agreed at the first trial. She's going to bring you down. Like, why would you do that?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said.
Okay.
Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question. Without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay. That's all I have.
Somewhat.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your Honor. Could I have Exhibit 3,
Interesting.
please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Do you remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you are all set. Thank you.
All set.
And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLoughlin.
Now we get Katie. We're just still jumping around quite a bit in our order, chronological order.
You solemnly swear the answer to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLoughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
Objection.
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do. About 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report?
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire-related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them. Whatever they ask you to do or need you to do, you're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at a scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift, started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And when you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck, does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
Visibility is really
When
bad.
you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient, so I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it a he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that area?
I'm sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with Firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
One woman.
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
Black
and
suit.
Do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth, She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was
Sustained. Jurors disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
Mm-hmm. It could have.
Mm-hmm. But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Or Mr. Brennan.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events. I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house that have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Back to
Ms.
the
Gilman,
dash
if you can
cam.
start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left and one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
Which one? At the.
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
Okay. And that time is 6:15:12. If you can continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes,
What color jacket?
the red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
Do you see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay, continue.
Thought you stopped questioning.
Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
She said she stopped because Karen was so upset. That's why she didn't follow up. So what's she still talking about?
Good morning, Ms. McLoughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular, this scenario, it's...
So, next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
Yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened. Why are we here? Correct?
Yes.
Did a person fall out of a tree?
Right.
Stumbled out a stair step, correct?
Right.
She got right in line with the simple yes and no.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLoughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened, and document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
At the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. one a few weeks ago. We reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. And then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully.
And
at
you,
that
Mr.
point.
Brennan, went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Maybe approach.
Okay.
Well, she also slipped now and said first trial again. They know, the jury knows there was a trial a year ago. Yeah, it kind of, why was Nuttall and Whitley, why were they so combative with this idea that of course you want to know what caused the injury? Why were they so combative about this? Oh, is it because following up on a I hit him is really critical to figuring out what treatment you need to give? You hit him with what? You hit him with what? I hit him with, blew my straw wrapper, hit him with the straw wrapper. I hit him with a glass. I hit him with a cocktail glass. I hit him with a car. These are all going to have different implications for treatment, aren't they? They're going to have different implications in terms of what injuries are you going to look for? What sorts of precautions might you need to take? If she says, I hit him with a cocktail glass, you might be looking for broken glass while you're treating him, right? You don't want to cut yourself on broken glass that might be present. That would be important. So it's such an obvious follow-up. Of course you would need to do that. That the fact they didn't do it is what's so telling. Now, we also have Katie McLaughlin's version of when the I hit him took place, completely different from Timothy Nuttall's version of when the I hit him took place. All right, Timothy Nuttall's got it when they're over there at the stretcher, at the backboard on the ground. He's got it much after they've moved John into the hospital. All of these things tend to show it didn't happen. That's why they're so defensive about it.
Ms. McLoughlin, we were talking about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert? Objection.
I'll allow that. No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and things insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLoughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding. Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews with Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How is there harassment and insinuations if it hadn't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLoughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLoughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but.
Was it Mr. Lally?
It could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLoughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember specifically.
Ms. Laura McLoughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you, and there's. Correct?
Ms. Reed was on the right, Ms. McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Okay, please.
Yes.
This is just a still shot. Thank you. Ms. McLoughlin, can you tell me if you recognize the still shot that's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize me in it, yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
Yeah, I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
Yeah. 50?
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
Supposed to believe she doesn't know the local cops.
You're describing a situation in
By
which
that.
you're standing there. Miss Reed is next to you. Within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate? She said, I hit him.
4 times.
More and more, it just grows and grows. Grows and
And
grows.
according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, Court Commission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46.
Jen is talking to the cops. Carrie's picking up the blankets,
Stop
and
it.
here comes Karen.
Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket,
Yep.
and Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is about as calm as Karen's looked the whole time.
Okay, we can have thoughts on. Ms. McLoughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video? Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy? With her arms and running in circles?
She had been, but like I said.
She had been.
Yeah, but I think.
I'm asking you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened when. I'm sorry.
Question and answer, please.
Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. All right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen, you're being hysterical. Calm down, you're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of
It's
the
getting
statement she was
argumentative.
making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the "I hit him" repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nagel?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
In the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of a heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients.
Yes.
So that was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
So if that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, Firefighter Nagel and Firefighter Yanetti were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told Firefighter Yanetti and Firefighter Nagel what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, Firefighter Yanetti and Firefighter Nagel heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember
just
saying
testimony
in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
No, May 4th. May 2nd. Let me look. I have May 3.
Okay, thank you.
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to wait for you to.
No, no.
You see that?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. McLoughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's.
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right. Mr. Jackson, why don't you
Brennan is probably arguing over here this isn't inconsistent, and so they don't get to impeach her with prior testimony because she's not saying things different than this, this time than she did last time. It's like a little bit different word-wise, but he's going to basically be arguing this is fundamentally the same. The defense is going to be arguing, no, she's colored it a little bit differently. She distanced herself in the first trial. And, this trial, she is being far more forthcoming on direct about the full scope of, friends of friends, so forth.
go ahead?
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
Socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
Taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
Yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment with them, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years, correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
Having a quick sidebar, no one-on-ones. I mean, very semantic argument, isn't this? Well, it depends on what a friend is. Back into that Bill Clinton style testifying. Heard that a little bit last week. Now we're back to it. Well, it just depends on what a friend is. I'm not being misleading just because we have hung out with all of the same people many times, and I even visited at her room in college and stayed there a handful of times. Doesn't mean she's a friend. It's a lot of distancing. It's pretty distinct from I knew someone in high school named Caitlin Albert. I mean, the thing is that none of this is that nefarious. Small town, things happen. In and of itself, knowing Caitlin, is that a problem? No, it's just, once again, it's the cover up. It's the hiding from it. It's the hiding from it. If it's no big deal and you have nothing to hide, then why are you trying so hard to hide from it? I mean, if you knew from the first trial, who is she? Who's Caitlin Albert? You have some relationship with her. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding from that? Okay, answer me this. Do they have some kind of antipathy towards each other? Do they not like each other? Because I could see that as being a reason why you'd be like, no, she's not a friend. She's just a friend of a friend. And we're in the, same place at the same time, but we're not really cool with each other. I wouldn't call her a friend. But if you don't have that kind of problem with her, wouldn't you just be like, oh yeah, I know Caitlin. We went to high school. We had a lot of the same friends. We went to the beach. Her roommate in college was my best friend, so I would see her there. If none of this is a problem, what, you could just volunteer that, and you wouldn't be so, no, she's not a friend. She's not a friend. Like, unless you don't like her. Is there some reason you guys don't like each other? Was there like tension there or something? Otherwise, it seems a little just unusual, out of place for somebody to be so emphatic about denying a friendship with somebody that, hangs out with your group. You'd be like, yeah, we're cool. I mean, I don't know if we're that close, but, yeah, she's cool. But the instant defensiveness is what really seems to be the telling part here. Very defensive about the relationship. You guys noticing the sniff? The sniff, yes. A lot of sniff. And, what it's starting to strike me as is the sort of nasal equivalent of a gasp. What is that doing, the sniff? You're taking this sharp intake of air through your nose. Your mouth is closed. Yes. Getting a big old gulp of air. Is she just nervous? Is there a pattern to this? I'm not entirely sure, but it's just something that is definitely standing out to me. The sniff. Oh, Mr. Jackson has nailed down. They were in the back of the ambulance when, according to you, Karen Reed said this stuff. There is no way that they heard it themselves. There's no way they heard it themselves. And the reason why Judge Cannoni isn't letting him ask, they heard it from you, she doesn't have personal knowledge of what they know. Okay, they can testify to that themselves. And they have. And they've described a completely different situation than Katie McLoughlin has described. So that's the only reason he wasn't allowed to go there. It doesn't matter. The message is clear. The message is clear. She heard it. Her version of events is she heard it. She passed it on to them because that's what she had been tasked to do. Get the information and report it back. So if it already happened while they're over there by the curb, before they've put him on the stretcher. Well, now we have Karen saying it multiple times, and that's not consistent with Jen McCabe because, some things you would never forget. You would never forget some things. But for this situation to work, she had to have said it twice. And Jen McCabe forgot one of them. So, this is, from my perspective, not going particularly well for the Commonwealth. It's just another inconsistency. We can't identify consistently when this was said. So it's a pretty long sidebar for this particular witness. And yeah, I mean, I like what Jackson was pointing out. Isn't that what I said? Like this, we're watching the video. This looks like about the calmest that Karen has been during this entire time frame. Is when the four of them are in that group having that conversation. About the calmest she looked the whole time. Looks like she's following directions.
Just a moment, sir. Yes.
Really don't buy that she doesn't know who Officer Seraph is. She knows every patrol officer. She's been a PD, or she's been a firefighter for 5 years at that point. She knows them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, he's got the photos, doesn't he? This is also pretty semantic, I think. 25,000 people, I think, is a pretty small town environment. Is it as small as a 5,000 person community? Of course not. But it's small enough that people tend to know people, particularly when you go to the same high school.
The witness stand, just so I can take the photographs back. Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
Sophie, to me, 25,000 is a lot, but I'm from the UK.
How do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh,
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
myself.
Sustained.
You got to move them in, Alan.
Do you see?
Are they true and
Does
accurate?
every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's got to
Does
move
every
them
one of
in.
those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLoughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I grew up we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
If I can have this, please. The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
Got to get them into evidence, Mr. Jackson.
You've been photographed with Miss Albert
true and
on
accurate
many
depictions
occasions at many celebrations
of your social
with your
media.
girlfriends, correct?
Like a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So
Not in
those
evidence,
photographs
Alan.
represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
a bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
Standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
May I approach?
No.
No?
Next question.
You just looked at a photograph of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLoughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that, and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the questions?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me, and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert, ever.
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting. How can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
No,
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up and that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory is.
Do you have a memory or do
Can she
you
answer
not?
the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said, I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34th Fairview with McLoughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you'd responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls, is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides? Or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one of January 29th, 2022, is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective, is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialized statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else, is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene. Right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
So audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Ms. Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him," is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion, or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Ms. McLoughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in, I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down? You didn't have any opportunity to write anything down?
I didn't.
Just going by your memory?
Yes.
I want to play Exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
Pause it. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLoughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it?
Look at her watch.
Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information.
Oh, she's
Was that
writing.
your question about notes?
So you were taking notes?
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing.
Sniff. Bit of a sniff there, huh? That was a good catch on the video. I didn't catch that. I thought she was checking her watch. She's writing notes. Seeing a lot of folks coming through the chat saying it's very common.
Part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical.
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say from a video, but.
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. McLoughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it? It's a video.
Yeah, I mean, she's she's not totally in view, and I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right.
Kind of looked like she was.
She was upset. She was
for a
very
lot
upset.
of it.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point at which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. I'm going to play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry?
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
What?
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her?
No.
Right. They didn't handcuff her?
No.
Even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mrs. McLoughlin.
Objection.
Okay, so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video.
Are you playing it again or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue.
We don't need to watch the witness in the dark, camera guy. Show us the screen.
Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. You write, I hit him on your.
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
You can have the lights up. Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
Write things down. Yes, sir.
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46 for his age.
Right.
But you didn't write down he hit him.
How
No.
he was injured. Hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was. Well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables. It was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you climbed, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in your right hand writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen that is very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
Having a late lunch today. This is why she's pushing the pace.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you, Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the phone.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say, somebody named Kate, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Do you remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow
You
it.
remember many more statements after that initial answer where you describe the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
You were being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall.
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting. And you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up,
Yes.
followed by.
That wasn't helpful.
So that was my next question.
You would have said
Any
MSP.
recollection, who set that interview up? And you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you ask?
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to the.
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very
You felt
disturbing
bad for
scene,
her?
and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it. No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
Oh, she won't ever forget. Look at that smirk.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes.
An emotional scene.
Yes. Yes.
It was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people,
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed, when emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Allen under my questioning, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never. No.
Thank you. That's all right.
All right, Ms. McLoughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I
She denied
appreciate
it.
you going a little later until lunch to just finish the witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back at 5 minutes.
All
Taking a
rise to the
short
court,
one.
please.
5 minutes
No votes
after.
follow me.
I will handle that accordingly. Great, a short lunch. Well, guys, okay, so one of the $1 million questions I have in all this too, aren't firefighter paramedics mandatory reporters in the state of Massachusetts? I don't know if they are or not. It's one of those things that's kind of state by state, but very common for healthcare providers to be mandatory reporters. The scope of what you're a mandatory reporter for can also vary. Some places it might just be child abuse, but domestic violence is another one that's pretty common to be a mandatory reporter for. So I don't know if anybody in the chat is a healthcare provider in the state of Massachusetts. I'd be very interested to know if you have an obligation to report domestic violence. Because, I hit him. It doesn't matter if you hit him with the fist, doesn't matter if you hit him with the car. You didn't follow up for purposes of finding out what sort of treatment he needed because you felt bad for her. How many other times have you not followed up asking about what kind of treatment somebody needs because you felt bad for them? Probably there are people around feeling bad about the situation quite a bit of the time when you're responding to a scene like this. A car accident, a fight, a sudden health event. I imagine the people around are pretty upset. How many times do you not ask them questions because they feel bad? That one is a very hard one for me to swallow. But particularly, you noticed, according to you, she was the one that's paying attention to John. She's the one that's concerned about John and paying attention to what's happened. That's why she caught your attention and not say, Jen McCabe or Carrie Roberts, who were kind of over, doing other things, paying attention to other things. Jen's busy talking to the cops. Carrie is on her phone and getting blankets. So Karen's the one that stood out, and she's saying, I hit him. Domestic violence doesn't come up as something that you might need to document, pass along, make sure that, you report that to the appropriate authorities. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are in Massachusetts. Maybe I'll make a little note. What are the mandatory reporting requirements? Maybe I'll look that up. So that sure doesn't seem, doesn't seem to be real prudent if that was the case, and that's what we're dealing with. Well, guys, quick recap of the morning. We finished that cross exam of Hannah Knowles. Ultimately, I think we established garbage in, garbage out. I cannot believe she doesn't know what hematocrit is. She doesn't know what hematocrit is. That's a very, very important detail in evaluating alcohol results, because it's a lot of the assumptions. All these assumptions about biology, water content is one. The number of red blood cells you have is another assumption, and these things can vary. So all of these things get kind of averaged, across, and then you get what you get as a result, and you have no idea if that reflects that individual's biology or not. Gender can affect the amount of water in your blood. Yeah, ladies, boy, we know about that, don't we? We know about that, don't we? And certain times of the month can influence. Are you feeling a little puffy? Are you feeling a little bloated? Like right before you start your period, like Karen apparently did that morning. Thought that was pretty interesting. Boy, that redirect question though from Mr. Lally. This is why I really do. I can't get past. I will give Carrie Roberts grace on that question. She was asked at the grand jury, because Lally's questions are terrible. How much, alcohol when the bladder is, when the bladder, was he saying bladder loss or bladder laws? Like, it was just a ridiculous question that he was answering. How much alcohol is lost during the elimination phase from the bladder? Less than 5%. That's not what the question was about. The question was about hydration. Not about loss of alcohol. I mean, the question that the defense was getting into when they brought that up. Now I don't know if liquid is sitting in your bladder, that kind of by definition means it's not going to show up in your blood. It's not in your blood, it's in your bladder. But does that overall process affect your hydration? Yeah, I would tend to think it would, because this is a balance of different types of hormones. Vasopressin is the one I remember real clearly that stands out in my mind. But there's another one. There's like two that act hand in hand. And the reason I know about this is because when you cut water for fighting, when you cut weight, that's really what you're doing, is you're manipulating these hormone levels. And so water loading is the technique. It sort of tricks your, it doesn't trick your body. Your body knows, okay, our sodium electrolyte balance is off. We got too much water. We need to excrete some. And so that hormone will, start to cause you to pee a lot. And so then when you cut off water suddenly, it takes a while for those hormones to catch up and to realize, okay, we don't need to pee anymore. So what happens is you keep peeing, and you can pee out like massive volume of water. The more you know, guys. That's how water cutting works in fighting sports. If you hear them go into the sauna, if you hear that people go into the sauna, it's a clue. They don't know. They don't understand water cutting. They don't understand the physiology of it. Dry heat is bad. Dry heat will counteract what you're trying to accomplish in terms of the hormonal reaction that you get. Wet heat is what you want. You want to go sit in a hot bath or sit in a steam room or something like that. That's getting into extreme levels of dehydration. I'm not necessarily recommending any of this. I'm just pointing out how this happens. So anyway, yeah, I would buy that because this is all a fine relationship between hormonal reactions and, sodium balance and hydration and stuff like that, that how often you get to pee, yeah, it might have something to do with your hydration level. Then we got Ryan Nagel. Ryan Nagel overall doesn't come across as particularly helpful to the Commonwealth. He and Heather Maxon both, they saw Karen inside the car, the dome light on, and no other person. So how is that helpful to the Commonwealth? Not real sure. I was real curious about this flashing the lights to get her to pass. You guys in the chat tell me that's normal in Massachusetts. Okay, we don't flash our lights like that out here, but that's why the cultural knowledge is an important thing. Then Heather Maxon, same thing. She also saw though that at the beginning of the turn, there was both the man and the woman in the car. Oh, how can I forget that Ryan Nagel is now one of the Commonwealth's witnesses on the hardness of the ground. He doesn't know if the ground was hard. Come on. How ridiculous was that, trying to sneak that in? That's going to be the basis of your case. Yeah, nothing really else from Heather Maxon. Didn't see anybody else in the car. Sarah Levinson, she's just a friend. She's just there. She describes a different kind of window situation there in the kitchen dining room, doesn't she? Didn't somebody previously say the blinds were closed? But there's no blinds with Sarah Levinson's description. There's just one of those little half curtain things. To me, this is a country style interior. Okay, where you have that. They'll use the spring loaded bar to hang it, in the window casing halfway across, and you got your little white, maybe it's lacy or something like that. Maybe it's got a little embroidery on the edge. That's what I envision from this. This is don't mind my distaste. I just bought a country house and was like, I gotta get rid of this style, man. Not my style at all. I'll show you the kitchen, the chicken wallpaper we took down at one point. Anyway, that's just a personal thing for me, guys. Some touchy memories there. That's what I picture, this country style, decor with that half curtain. Well, that means if you're looking above that point of the window, you can see right out because it's not the entire window that's covered. So this is a different description. We also got more of a description of the layout of the house from Sarah than we've gotten from any of the other witnesses. The fact that there's a basement access right there. There's a back door. There's a sliding glass door outside the back of that TV room. It goes right into the back door, the back patio, in the backyard. That didn't get mentioned before, did it? I sure don't recall that it did. Yeah, got Colin coming and going. That's not going to be a focus of this trial. It isn't something that they emphasized. Obviously, a difference with the timing of that peanut butter and jelly story that Jen McCabe was so emphatic about. That's why she wasn't looking out the window, because when they were driving by, she was turned around to look at them, talking about peanut butter and jelly. Sarah Levinson says, no, it was a different time. That's when they were waiting in the driveway. They were still in the driveway when they had that conversation. In fact, sounds like, according to her, it's like right when they first got in the car. She said she'd gotten it because of the storm, not because she always drives around because she's super mom prepared to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for the kids with all the sports and things like that. No, she'd gotten bread because of the storm. One of those panic buy things, I guess. Better than buying like 2,000 pounds of toilet paper. I'll give you that. Buy the bread, by all means. And so according to her, when they drove by the flagpole, she was maybe on her phone. She just doesn't really remember. Maybe on her phone. She doesn't have a good reason for why she wasn't looking outside. She was maybe looking at her phone. And Yeah, her interview was in October of 2022, and she spoke to Julie somewhat about the interview before the interview. I thought that was good. That was a good place to leave it. Just enough to be like, because they didn't come back to it on redirect, did they? Didn't come back and clear that up. So no proof in the record that they did not discuss these events before she went in and sat for her interview. And now finally, Katie McLoughlin, many inconsistencies with the other witnesses. She's not so resistant as, wasn't it, Mr. Whitley was to like more information is better. He was so resistant to that. She's like, no, more information is better. Yeah, I mean, this is logical. That's what invited. Oh no, I guess that wasn't that would be crazy. That would be crazy was your memory getting better over time. But yeah, that resistance really stood out. She went ahead and gave that one up. But her whole description of the I hit him. Now she's got 4. It's a different time than the other people describe. It's different circumstances than the other people describe. She doesn't hear any of the other stuff that everybody else remembers hearing. Even Jen reports that. Carrie reports that. In fact, Jen says the reason it got her attention was, suddenly it became this declarative statement. And even though, according to her, Karen had been saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Like literally the entire morning. When she turned it to a declarative, that was so shocking. It was a moment you'd never forget. How did you like her mimicking that testimony? Some things you never forget. I'll never forget that statement. Oh, is it a vivid memory that you have? I might have gone there. I really might have. Would you say you have a very vivid memory of those statements? Just remind the jury of what we heard from Mr. Nuttall, who had a very vivid memory also. And these things do not add up with each other and do not add up with the extrinsic evidence. Shouldn't ask for follow-up about what did you hit him with? Where did you hit him? Did you injure him? No follow-up questions whatsoever that might have helped his treatment because she felt bad for Karen. I'm not buying that at all. You have a job to do. One of the reasons you're in medical, one of the things you're going to learn really fast in the medical industry is, people are going to have strong feelings about what's going on, the situation. They've got somebody who is sick or injured or dead or whatever. You're going to be dealing with other people's emotions, and those can't influence the job that you need to do. You can't go in and be like the doctor can't go in and tell the family, oh, he's going to need emergency surgery and he might not make it. And the family is very upset about that. So you don't say it. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works in medicine. Literally your job to do hard things despite people's emotions. So I really did not buy that explanation whatsoever. There she is writing the note on her glove. I'll take it on faith from the folks in the chat in healthcare saying, yeah, very common thing to do for the first responder, write it on your glove. I buy it. Just not real consistent with not taking notes. And if she didn't write down, I hit him, then, I mean, yeah, we're stuck with her word for it. She wrote down other things, but she didn't write down that. Why? She's got her explanation. Well, I just went over there to tell them. Well, but what if something had happened? What if you got interrupted? I don't know. The reason why Mr. Jackson wasn't able to ask her about the contents of those photographs is because he had not moved them into evidence. You don't get to talk about the contents of an exhibit, a document, a writing, whatever, if you haven't moved it into evidence. So it's a little different when he's asking her, like quoting verbatim from the transcript, did you did you say, and then reads it and quotes it. That's a little bit different because that's the actual statement that he's confronting her with, the statement that is inconsistent. And so he's allowed to do that and draw her attention to the circumstances. And when she made it, that's the only reason why they know that it's a transcript. He's not saying, here's a transcript. Didn't you say in that transcript XYZ? So it's a little bit of a subtle difference, but that's why. The photographs were not in evidence. And so the way to do that would have been to ask the foundational questions to admit a photograph. Is this a true and accurate depiction of you and your friends and Caitlin? Were they on her social media? If they got them from her social media, are these true and accurate depictions of photographs you placed on your social media? Did you, other than like perhaps some light visual editing for beautification, did you otherwise edit the photos? You didn't edit people in and out of the photos, things like that. And as long as it's a true and accurate depiction of what it's supposed to be, it's admissible evidence. So that's why he wasn't able to ask about it. He hadn't moved it into evidence. Ultimately, does that matter? I don't really think it matters. I think he made the point. She saw photos. She minimized the relationship the first time. The second time, she was more forthcoming about it. She brought it up on direct. And just the fact of the connection is really what matters anyway. And so now that is in the record. Good catch on the white writing on her gloves. I did not see that at all on the video. I thought she was like checking her watch or something. I didn't see her doing anything like that. So with that, guys, let's go ahead and take a few of your comments and questions, and then I am going to do my lunchtime step out and check on everything. In fact, I'm going to actually do it pretty quick because I didn't water the trees this morning, but they're probably going to need it now. The routine, check on the animals, all that. We got a short one today, so only about 15 minutes left. Nick Starrow, if anyone wants a practical example of absorption and plateau of alcohol, you can check my Friday birthday stream. I'll bet we can. I knew you were having that. Things got a little hectic around here. I'm afraid I wasn't able to drop in, but yeah, you can kind of watch that in action. But I think it's a pretty common experience most people have if you've drank, You drink, you start to feel, and there can be some creep. If you drink a lot, it doesn't necessarily hit you while you're drinking. Sometimes it's not until after you've had those drinks that you're like, whoa, realize the full effect, because it takes a while for it to hit you, and then you are in that happy stage for a while, and then you start getting drowsy, start getting sleepy, maybe you start sobering up a little bit. So fairly common experience I think most people can relate to if you drink. The rural juror, Yanetti is so good at pacing and getting into a rhythm and having the witness just continue to agree with him. Correct? Yes. Correct? Yes, sir. He is. That is one of the upsides of doing the question like that, is it just keeps them focused. And then especially like if they go off script and you rein them in slightly, he's both of them, in fact, him and Mr. Jackson as well this morning, had pretty good luck with reining in the witnesses to keep them focused on that. At the beginning of the cross of firefighter Katie McLoughlin, she was doing that as well. She just got in line. Yes, no, kind of got a little bit further afield when we were leading into the questions about her relationship with Caitlin and so forth. And I think some of that is because Alan shifted his strategy. He got argumentative. He was arguing with her about, what she said and the meaning of it and so forth. So just a little bit different. But yes, this is something I think Mr. Yanetti does very well, and it speaks to the clarity of his questions. And one of the best things you can do to help yourself get this kind of compliance from the witness is make sure your question is very fair. He's not loading up his questions really the way that Mr. Jackson does. Mr. Jackson likes to be like, well, and the scene was chaotic, and then there was all this noise going around, and you didn't even know that, whatever, that kind of thing. He likes to load it up and kind of let you know you're supposed to feel a certain way about the answer. And with Mr. Yanetti, it's just factual, and it seems fair. And that's why then when you try to wiggle out, you wouldn't say that your memory gets better over time, would you? Because that would be crazy, wouldn't it? He's the reasonable one in the situation. That's part of what works to help keep the witness constrained to this yes or no compliance. So he does do that. He does do that very well. I agree. Andrea McBurnett, why wasn't the Jeep brought up? Are they, I think, saving that question for other witnesses? They didn't bring it up with Heather Maxon either. My best explanation is that they're just going to argue when it comes to closing. Nobody else has substantiated that this Jeep was there. They had the witnesses on the stand. The Commonwealth had the witnesses on the stand. None of them said anything about a Jeep being there. It doesn't make sense with how they describe what happened and where they were for a Jeep to be there. And it's their burden. Their burden to show that the Jeep was there, if the Jeep there, being there is important. And it's important to the extent it goes to the credibility of the people who are saying there's a Jeep there. So that's my guess of what they're doing with it. They're just letting it be out there as something the Commonwealth could have followed up on, but didn't. And so the fact that they didn't is something that should raise questions for you. And you raise enough questions, those are doubts, and those are reasonable. The rural juror, plot twist, Ryan is a defense witness. I mean, like I said, does this hurt the Commonwealth? I don't see that it did. Or help the Commonwealth. I don't see that it did. The fact that they see somebody, Karen in the car, 10 and 2, staring straight ahead, not apparently doing anything, and nobody else, and he then conceded. No, I saw nobody else in the passenger seat, and that was his testimony. That's a strong thing. That means there is evidence that there was nobody in the passenger seat. So where's John? Where is John at this point in time? Very well done. Last one I'm going to take up before I step aside. Quintessence. Anyone else nonplussed when a scientific expert answers correct to a yes or no question, then launches into a TED Talk. By the time they finish, I've forgotten the Q&A. So grateful that you share you with us. You're a star. Thank you so much for that. These expert witnesses often have their own methods of testifying because they've done it so many times. They're experienced. They're experienced witnesses. They know what the pitfalls are. They know whose side they're on and what that side wants. And so a good witness, a good expert witness with a lot of experience, they're going to be able to outthink the question, so to speak. Like they will know, okay, well, you're asking this because it sounds like that's bringing out a weakness in what I said or something. So I'm just going to go ahead and address that directly. I'm going to see your implication and I'm going to respond to it. Yeah. Yes, they do that. Yes, they do that very much. All right, guys. With that, I am going to go ahead and step out for my little break. Oh my gosh, we're still on Katie McLoughlin on the banner. We're at lunch now. So I will try to make it brief. I will be here for, we've got about 20 minutes left in the, about 20 minutes left in the lunch break at court. So I will do my best to be back a little bit before that. Thank you for hanging tight, and I will see you in a few minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Right about when Bev told us to get back into the courtroom. It did take me a minute longer than I hoped. Had to water a little bit more thoroughly than I had expected I was going to need to do. Guys, there's a whole art to watering bonsai trees. You just kind of pick it up through experience, but there's a lot going on. What you're trying to do is get the whole soil mass completely saturated so that the water runs all the way through the pot. And that can take a couple times going back. The soil gets compacted, and so sometimes it'll, it doesn't drain through as quickly as the water comes down. So you have to kind of give it a little time to get fully saturated, then come back and keep hitting it so that the water will draw all the way through the pot. You are helping the plant to breathe. And you also have to use, I use a mist setting on my water, on my wand. And the reason why is because if you have big water droplets hitting the soil surface, that's a lot of force that lands on your akadama, your soil, and that will break it down and cause it to compact more quickly. Why does the mist help, guys? Because the droplets have less mass. And what do we know? How does that work? Force equals mass times acceleration. Which one of Newton's laws is that again? Which one? Say it together with me. It's Newton's second law. The one that Trooper Proctor didn't remember, or not Trooper Proctor, Trooper Ball. Trooper Ball didn't remember, the accident reconstructionist in the first trial. Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration. So if you want to lower the force of the water that is hitting the top of your pot, you can do two things. You can slow it down, or you can reduce the mass. And so that's what you do with the mist setting. It's less mass per droplet, so not as much force hitting the soil surface, but that means it's less water volume. And so it takes longer to get same volume of water onto the tree. Anyway, it can take a little bit. I did go ahead and count my trees for those of you guys. Several people have asked me, Andrea, how many do you have anyway? I'm like, I actually don't even know. It's been a while, but I went and counted. I got 21 pots right now, which is honestly, by bonsai standards, a pretty small, humble collection. But I haven't gone out and collected trees for quite a while. I might bring home a dozen trees on a good collecting trip. So it's been a little bit. You don't always, they don't always all make it. They don't always all wake up the following spring and stuff. I did have some losses last summer too that I've mentioned before. Lost some trees to some borers, and still grieving my beautiful Japanese black pine. But it's just part of the hobby. So anyway, not quite back in court yet. Not the end of the world. It took a little bit of time, but just a thing that happened. See if we got some more time to take a couple questions and comments. Andrea McBurnett, I was hoping mentioning of the Jeep just to prove Jen McCabe lied. I mean, I get this. I do. On the one hand, Jen lying is like, that's a done deal. If that hasn't already been sold, it's not going to be the Jeep that gets the jury on board with that. They already know she lied. So it is an opportunity. It's possible it was just overlooked. But ultimately, it can also just be not that significant. They can play it to their advantage without explicitly having to get into arguments with witnesses over whether Jen McCabe lied or whatever. They can just point out, Jen McCabe says there was this white Jeep out there the whole time, and you didn't hear that from any of the witnesses. Like they're coming back. Quick sidebar. They can just point out you didn't hear that from any of the Commonwealth's witnesses. They didn't ask about it. They didn't follow up on any of that. They had these people on the stand. It's their own witnesses, and their own witnesses don't say anything about a white Jeep being there. And their story is not consistent with a white Jeep being there. So we can infer the white Jeep wasn't there. Or it could be they're waiting for the driver. We haven't heard from the driver yet. They could just be waiting for him. The ghost of Brian Higgins' SIM card. Andrea, do you think prosecution will call Matt McCabe? My gut says no. I'm leaning with you. I don't think they're going to call him. He doesn't really have anything to add to the version of events that Jen McCabe already provided. And he's just more opportunity, to hit them with the group chats, potential discrepancies with Jen's phone and Jen's watch, and the health data kind of suggests maybe they were in different places at different times. Does he know anything about access to Jen's phone? His whole background, he's a digital guy, isn't he? Might have some knowledge about how to futz around with a phone, delete things, do different things to it, so that the extraction wouldn't necessarily show it, or might make it show up funny. That isn't in his professional background at this point, so there's really nothing to gain that I can think of off the top of my head anyway by calling Matt McCabe. And there's just a lot of opportunity for it to go south. More opportunity for the defense to score off of that witness, I think, than there is for the Commonwealth to call him. There's very, very minimal upside. Canine Mama, appreciate your commentary. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you so much for being here with us. You have a lot of downtime in a trial, so might as well take the opportunity to talk about what we're seeing and what's going on. Hopefully it's more entertaining than what the witnesses in the courtroom and the jurors and so forth are having to go through. Sit there and, as we're seeing, stare at the ceiling, twiddle their toes and thumbs. It's not always a fun time being in the courtroom. Sarah Donia, with all the great law tubers, I always watch live with you. I appreciate your insights, minimal pauses, and interruptions. You're awesome, Andrea. Well, thank you, Sarah. We're really glad to have you with us. It's been a big crowd last few days. A lot of folks watching with us. We definitely appreciate that. Azam, hello from Malaysia. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much for being here with us. And hi right back to you from Malaysia. That's a pretty good ways around the globe from where I'm sitting. Thanks for being here. Heather S., how should D build reasonable doubt for possible lesser included manslaughter charge number 2? No car hit or DUI required, just negligence. Could Karen Reed leaving drunk John O'Keefe at house be stretched as negligence? So negligence is typically a reasonable person standard. You fell below the standard of what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances. Is leaving somebody at a house negligent? Probably not. Probably not. But the way that I see it, that they get around reasonable doubt on the lesser included, is simply he wasn't hit with a car. They attack it on the causation element. John dying is not something that just happens coincidentally and after Karen dropped him off at the house and she's therefore guilty of manslaughter based on that. No, there has to be a causal relationship. Her conduct caused the outcome.
Send you back to the jury room. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right, please.
Oh, interesting.
Follow me.
So that's where I see it. They attack it on causation. They attack it on causation. She didn't cause his death. Whatever else she did or didn't do. So it looks like we're going to have some kind of argument in court. That's why they're taking the jury out. Not doing it at sidebar, I guess. Although maybe we will. We'll wait and see. Getting our captions from the Zoom, but not hearing any of that over here. I guess we're not technically on our lunch break anymore, but I'm not sure what to say we're doing. I don't know if we're going to be staring at the fan for a little bit or if they're going to let us actually hear an argument in open court. Well, we'll just give it a little bit of a pause. Wait patiently. Looks like we might be staring at this fan for a little bit. So I guess until we know the stream is coming back, we'll go ahead and keep going through comments and questions. Rudoka, Ryan Nagel, Karen obstructed the passenger seat. Also, Ryan Nagel, the passenger door was closed. I didn't catch if he was inconsistent like that. Just that he didn't see the passenger door open. He didn't see anybody open it. He didn't see the driver's side door was open when they went by. So that was going to the dome light, and any explanation for why the dome light was lit, he didn't see. But I didn't quite catch that. If he said no, I couldn't see, there was an obstruction. The whole vehicle and Karen herself, of course, the driver, were the obstructions to being able to see out the other side. I didn't catch if he said specifically, no, the passenger door was closed. That would be kind of funny. That would be a little bit of a slip. Josh H. Nagel's testimony of leaving around 12:35 blows the 12:31 Commonwealth timeline. Yes, it does. Yeah, I really should have. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that the Commonwealth didn't nail them down a little bit more specifically on the time frame, because they have the text between Ryan and Julie. They know when Ryan Nagel arrived because he texted here, and it was what, 12:23, something like that, somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe they'll bring it in through Julie Nagel. I don't know. But definitely didn't bring it in through him. So if the jury is just going by his account of how this happened, yeah, so far we've got a timeline problem. And we know from Mr. Alessi, he reminded us, seconds matter. Seconds matter. Remember that cross-examination of Ian Whiffen? Seconds matter. Stormy, do you think Brennan had this in the bag and that's why he took this case? He cannot believe she's guilty. What is he getting from taking this case? Well, he's getting paid a fair amount of money to do the case. So it's a pretty decent gig in that sense. If your normal gig is a criminal defense lawyer, you're a private criminal defense lawyer, then your revenue as an attorney, it's going to look a little bit more like this. You're going to have some really good months. You're going to have some less good months, because it just depends on who's calling and what kind of case they have, and when it's the busy season in court and things like that. That's why it's sometimes nice to have something like, oh, I'll have a contract to do, a little bit of public defense or something like that. Because it gives you a little bit of guaranteed income. And then that way, no matter what, even if nobody calls me to come hire me for their criminal case this month, I'm still going to get these, I'm still going to at least get, my contract amount. So it can be stuff like that. It's just, it's a reliable source of income that the government's a pretty good creditor. It's one of the things about choosing your clients. Government's typically a pretty good creditor. Now, maybe not so much over in Delphi. Had a few problems with not just the defense attorneys, but the experts too, having a little bit of problems getting paid by the court. Apparently, the court expected the defense to pay the experts out of their own pocket and then get reimbursed. I saw that from some of those materials that had been unsealed that then got released, and a lot of those dealt with the ex parte, the requests for experts and things like that. That's unusual and problematic. It's not the defense attorney's job to be a bank and to cash flow the right to the defense. You're going to require the defense to just out of pocket come up with something like, it could be 20, 30 grand sometimes an expert cost. They're supposed to just pay that out of their own pocket and then wait for you to pay them back. Big problem structurally speaking. So anyway, not necessarily a great creditor in Delphi, but in most places they often are. So it can be something as simple as that. It's financially lucrative for him. It gives him some guarantee that he's getting paid, regardless of if private clients come in and hire him or not. It could also be that he's getting favors for doing this. This is a political favor. Why exactly? I mean, this is really the $1 million question. I think that ties in with all of this is why is Morrissey having to go outside of his own office anyway? Why are we even bringing in a special prosecutor? It doesn't solve the issues relating to, we're kind of concerned about Mr. Morrissey's, certainly the pretrial statements that he made, the press interview that he gave, saying a lot of very problematic things even Judge Cannoni had to acknowledge, this probably crosses the line of ethically what public statements a prosecutor is supposed to give in a case. It doesn't really distance that because Hank Brennan answers to Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey is the boss, just like Mr. Lally did. It doesn't really change that by bringing in a special prosecutor. So why do we have to have the special prosecutor in the first place? And I just feel like if we knew the answer to that, it might give us a little bit more insight into why did this guy goes in? Why
so
him?
Manager is over. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
So now another sidebar. With us all staring up at the screen, was this a juror issue? I got to wonder if we're all staring at the fan. Is it because they're bringing a juror in and out for questioning? I don't know. What are you guys saying? Chat, is anybody checking the streams to see? Checking any of the other feeds? I'll check in and see if there's any breaking news on what's going on there right now. I'm not seeing anything. Turtle Boy is not in the courtroom today. He did not get one of the courtroom passes. I do not know the cast of characters well enough to recognize most of the people in the press. So I'm not quite sure who to check. I thought, wasn't Jess Machado? I think she's in the courtroom. I think she's in the courtroom today. Isn't that Fall News? Is her handle? Fall River Reporter, that's what she is. No, not on there. Nothing about that on there. So there she is, Jess Machado. Okay, she does have a live stream. Court is now in session. We're starting off with a sidebar. Judge has asked that jurors leave for a few minutes. Sidebar is continuing. The defense had requested it. Cannoni actually just walked off the bench without her court officer. I'm not sure what's going on, actually. Karen just got up for what I'll assume was a quick bathroom run since we are in this unexpected break, and she walked past her brother without being asked, got up to follow her out. I'm assuming so she would not be out there alone. So Karen left and her brother followed her out. McLoughlin from the Commonwealth has come over to talk to Paul O'Keefe. Jackson and Brennan were over looking papers together. They are coming back now, starting with a sidebar as requested by Canoni. Lots of leaning in by the defense. Listening, jurors have returned. So that is the live update from Jess. Sounds like she is just as confused as the rest of us about exactly what is going on.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
I apologize for that, folks. Nobody likes wasting your time. You witness, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Paul Gallagher.
Paul Gallagher. So we're going to continue with first responders.
So follow me, please. Take the card in your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear to the the court and jury in the case now here, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
The Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroad through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department, given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did. In 2005, I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration. In 2006, I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of the Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was four-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow. The way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was. It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
Okay. After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's to call the Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When the Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the information, do you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were going to respond or not?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was the highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down I saw 2 other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes,
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
Okay. At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes.
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There may have been an exterior, the door light at 1 or 2 houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No.
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
Nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
I'll allow it. Did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
No, did you have any idea?
It was frozen.
I'll allow it.
It was frozen.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you wanted to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
You're gonna break the glass?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Indeed, he did.
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen that before and making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
And control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower?
Unless you blew it away.
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
And during this time, you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with the leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots were becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Gallagher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Oh, where in the
Lieutenant
neighborhood?
Gallagher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
Objection.
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Do sometimes the crime lab test evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Does it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Did you begin that process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate its effectiveness.
I'm going to move to introduce two videos that council has.
Good old leaf blower videos. Keep an eye on the condition of that
So
ground.
there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
Look and see if there's any grass that you see when they start leaf blowing. The condition of the ground. Remember, Carrie said there was
With the
grass
court's
underneath
permission, can I
John?
show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number one, please?
Look at that. Look at that. No bare ground. No big spot where a human body was that's subsequently been covered up by new snow. No. And so you saw red stuff, but the red stuff you saw was blood, not pieces of taillight.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame? That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders. Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lank.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman?
So we're exposing these droplets, but certainly no big puddle.
Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please.
He's trying to get that as the bare ground.
Okay. Thank you. Could you have the lights on, please? Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
It is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is. Yes.
I'd move these two photographs into evidence, please.
Okay, do you want to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
If it's 52, 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in a police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the
Evidence of
evidence
what?
room, is there an officer assigned as an
Evidence
evidence
of what?
officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Hold on.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department, or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass,
No chain of custody?
there was plastic cups with coagulated blood.
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
Nope, they were stacked in a bag.
I'm gonna warn you.
What type of bag?
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different
Craft
than
paper?
a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than it's Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from. I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. So I'm not sure where that bag came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalist as well.
Where did you store them before they were turned over to the criminalist?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerated.
I'm going along.
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
I suspect Alan's objecting to these because they don't have a chain of custody. And so he doesn't know. He's just saying it was stored there, but they don't have that documented.
Handing you a box, gloves, and some scissors. Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
I'm going along.
Let's do the theater again. Let's go ahead and put on our gloves and then grab the scissors that have been handled by who knows who. And then let's go through the show of opening up this box and pretending like it's sterile because you have gloves on, even though you just touched the scissors that you're going to use to open it up, and then reach in the bag and grab stuff out, right? He's going to use his right hand for both of those things. And by the way, after they already did this once in the first trial, handled all the dirty stuff with their gloves, reached in, touched the evidence. But we're going to put the gloves on again because it's a very important part of the theater of the trial to pretend that we are protecting the integrity of these items of evidence. By the way, use the same gloves to touch a whole bunch of other items of evidence too. It's totally no big thing. I think those objections are going to the chain of custody. You don't know the name of the criminalist who came to pick it up? Well, you should know that because it should be logged as part of your chain of custody. Normally, when you log things into an evidence room, that's what you're doing. Creates an item number. It identifies who has contact with that piece of evidence, what time, etc. That's how you maintain a chain of custody, is by having logs like that. So the fact that he doesn't know who the criminalist from the lab was who came and got it on February the 1st suggests you don't have a chain of custody. Could that mean it didn't get logged into evidence at all? Yes, it could. Yes, it could. Or it could mean it was logged into evidence, but they just do a terrible job of tracking what actually happens with their evidence. Could be either of those things. That leaf blower video, man, that is so damning because that is not showing a bunch of bare ground under John, is it? Is it? And it's not on a lot of like light powder that's just fallen since he was taken away. That would blow away very quickly. It's heavy compacted stuff. heavy compacted snow. That's what John was on top of. That's what the blood was on top of. And yeah, those little droplets. So the blood, the snow will fall on top of those blood droplets in the snow. And capillary action, it will wick. It will wick that blood. So that's why he's seeing what he describes as pink from the top. But then he goes and leaf blows it away. It gets brighter and brighter, brighter, because you're getting down to where it's just pure blood and not covered by the snow that has fallen since. So where's the rest of the blood? Where's the rest of the blood? If there's a big puddle of blood underneath John where he landed, it's going to do that same action, that same capillary action. Snow falls on it. It's going to turn red. And as the snow continues to fall, it's going to turn pink. You're going to find a big puddle of blood. So where is it? No sign of the big puddle of blood that you would expect from a 2-inch gash to the back of a guy's head. So this is one of those problems that's always stood out from the crime scene. Suggests it's not particularly consistent with the Commonwealth event, because there should be an awful lot of blood there that they never found.
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then
Weird how there's no log of that.
It was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist, to the state police lab.
After that glass was given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay, I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
Or touch the mic first. Now, yes, touch the grubby scissors using your right hand. Purple gloves are not inherently latex gloves,
Is there an
not
item in that
inherently
bag?
sterile.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag?
We don't know if he's even wearing sterile gloves. Now, could you go ahead and rub it on your body a little bit? Reach in with your hand and touch the glass with both hands that you've been rubbing all over these dirty things.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please. Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found?
Touch the mic a few more times.
In the area where John
You know how many
O'Keefe
people have
was
touched
at
that mic?
Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay. So it sounds like Mr. Jackson's chain of custody objection is ruling the day so far. It's just being marked. He doesn't have knowledge of it. Lank's the one who, quote unquote, booked it in. And he doesn't know who put it in the
The area
locker.
that was pointed out to you is where John O'Keefe was found. Did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6-inch.
What's a berm?
It's it's basically a curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes.
About what time?
A little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information.
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
At 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank.
Did you travel together or separate?
Together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or knocked, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time?
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people.
Clues.
Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, is certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did. Yes.
What happened? How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No.
Okay.
Not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that could be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, or just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No. Nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, What does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert,
Our
and
best
he was the
detective.
brother of the homeowner. And I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts towards this?
It was the end of our efforts until, I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area at the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors, then numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically go in door 4 and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch council.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sallyport area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Mr. Jackson. He keeps trying to say the chain of custody, was done, but the whole problem is it wasn't, and that's why you don't have this in evidence yet.
Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
Not mine. Or is it?
I really love the little best detective.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, the guy that lost his gun in the patrol car, that guy?
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that is correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you just name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially...
I couldn't possibly.
Let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you're the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to the deputy chief, and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That is correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, that there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my fault, not yours.
No, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
They were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well?
Yes, it was my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And that was about 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name?
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have...
I don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I knew he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent, the person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanan, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence,
Things you
transporting
did.
evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact, the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead to describe what you did and how you did it at the scene?
No.
Metadata report, huh?
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know if
Why,
there's
he's
a
asking
crime
you.
committed at this time. My
Understood.
responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write the reports myself. I'm the supervisor. It's my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor, and you would oversee what other people are doing.
That's correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing, you're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things of that nature.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, quite the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lang, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were the centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at, what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what I'm saying.
Not a bright one, this one. Not real bright.
Obviously, reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it up in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That is correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Because you didn't take any measurements.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mullaney?
I believe he did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
But you did not?
I did not.
Another sniff.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Good.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene?
No.
About where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you did write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
Yeah, conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
The storm excuse. It's the storm exception to procedures. Can't take notes in the snow.
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the Deputy Chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of command. He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy Chief and Chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail.
That is correct.
At least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence to make sure nothing is disturbed, correct?
Correct.
Civilians can't kind of traipse through, walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traipses through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing's moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's my question.
Oh, that's what was done here.
So there was nobody, there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area. And later it was documented, it was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, correct?
Yes, yes.
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
That is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lank generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay, and Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
Right. Sergeant Lank never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lank that he did not have personal knowledge of and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement with that. I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, C-A-R-S.
I think there was one crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of NSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say. I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes.
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 Ferry, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish a formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree
No.
on that?
You have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
It's very
I'll try
long.
it again.
Very
The
long
point is,
question.
Mr. Gallagher,
Short questions for him
you
only.
happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS, ultimately their CARS report.
No.
Indeed we do. We know how that game goes.
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. You knew Brian Tully is.
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor, and you're already shaking your head now? I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong? You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So
He didn't say it was an interview.
So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meeting, they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay,
The report's not clear, correct?
that's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report?
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruiser to 34 Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that
just
question. I'm not familiar
said-
with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to
Well, you said
photograph, I
it.
guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could, I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct,
So
yes.
he would have gotten that information.
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
CARS report. That's 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John McKee's body, as it lay in the lawn waiting for her.
That is correct, yes.
Far removed from
There's no
personal
photographs
knowledge.
of Mr. O'Keefe
Oh, no.
at the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing life-saving measurements
There's no
either.
body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. If you don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off,
That's correct.
or 12 feet off, you can't say.
I could, only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did he?
He did not know.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I apologize.
I'm sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing.
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time?
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it.
He's above all that, you see?
You did say that let me back up and ask a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, or I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the street.
That's correct.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers
Yes, they did.
or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked in it, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as the ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand, to go do something in furtherance of the investigation had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did you do in that regard?
You remember I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it.
Oh yeah, remember I got the leaf blower.
You also know that Canton PD
But
has
not evidence bags.
evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That is correct, yes.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's your blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
Yeah,
you could have gone back and done a swab.
could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather, because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Still, in a blizzard.
Blizzard exception.
Good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have gone back. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead.
Oh, really?
Well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask if you were leaving the scene.
Needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left.
But nobody's
securing
out.
that scene.
So you saw pink stains.
All the pedestrians nearby
That's
needed to be
correct.
kept out.
You said, Officer Good, probably called Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs.
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten swabs, even if a lieutenant, a ranking lieutenant had dispatched him to go get a swab.
Because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. That would be Tom Keller, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Keller gave you red Solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had Solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of Solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also not sealed.
Feel that face.
Correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, correct?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so quickly? What are the factors that you considered, weighed and balanced, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me, you're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. I wasn't. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes.
So resentful. That would benefit you. But what about John? Would it help John if a second DNA probe? So that's why you prevent contamination, isn't it?
I'm going to stay on this for a second. So obviously, there's a reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes, they're going to put on a mask. Right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes, they put on goggles. Is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But in order to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Mr. Gallagher, well, it's DNA, unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough that it doesn't really matter.
Forensically
It's
stable.
contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay, so it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either ferrous salts or somebody's spittle when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right. Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many solo cups were there?
6.
6 solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handling it.
Not necessarily.
It comes from a manufacturer whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer.
Okay.
Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general.
Mm-hmm.
Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think about some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Canton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue in cheek, look, except for the price, they're probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shop, I can go pay 10 cents.
Yeah.
But that bag's not really good. Who's, where it's been, or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it, really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of that.
You're the one that mentioned the price.
Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other. Okay.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallagher, you gotta wait for me.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price, like every other law enforcement agency, because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Well, that was easy.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
It was closed and Sergeant Lank transported it to his vehicle. Yes.
Okay. When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't forensically sealed.
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around. Assume they melted.
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
That's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
Gross. Yeah, they could just slosh
And you
around.
indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence locker.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit.
When did you remove them?
On February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all
Oh my
computerized.
God.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct?
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there's a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean,
Like a lot of evidence. Drugs and phones.
You're not just going to set it on the
Scales.
evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent, once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant would take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions, I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, Robert, at least at this time.
All right, Lieutenant, we're gonna have you come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury files that you can follow right now.
Thank you.
So juries, that's it for today. The same 4 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard it and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with your social media use. All right, see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Continuing
Follow me.
with Officer Gallagher tomorrow.
Goodbye.
When he first testified in the first trial, there were definitely a number of photographs that were entered as part of the evidence. I kind of suspect the defense is going to want to get into some of those because there are more views of the front lawn and the house and the proportions and stuff, but showing the lack of bare ground in the area where John was found. It's just all heavy, compacted snow. They also went and cleaned off the berm, like he described.
You don't need me for anything, right?
No, you're on.
There's one very, very short issue.
Okay, a short issue.
That's how I report permission. Yes.
But we're taking it at sidebar. So guess we don't get to know what it is. They took this photo where, according to him, they like kicked off part of the snow to clear it of the berm and then photographed that. And so when you look at the photo, it looks like it's all just white with this clear area, this bare area. It's very hard to see what it is. Lots of people since that trial point to that photograph as that's where John was found, as if this is the bare area of ground where John was found. It is not. It is a berm. It is a photograph of the berm. And yeah, just kind of thought that was some context that might be a little bit important. He sure was resistant to all of that testimony about the cars team, huh? He's also the one that kind of handed over the parking lot at the CPD when cars wanted to do the testing on Karen's vehicle. We saw some video footage of that during the first trial where they're like backing it up real rapidly and stuff like that. So he has some involvement in that. I suspect the defense is going to want that out. Maybe not through him. They might just deal with it with the cars people. But because that activity can potentially relate to the key cycles that are part of the data recovered from Karen Reed's car, that at least in the previous trial, Trooper Paul relied on to try to say at this point, this action happened. You know, the car went rapidly into reverse, accelerated at 20, whatever it was, 24 miles an hour before reaching a sudden deceleration because it was shown in the key cycle. That's when Trooper Paul identified it. However, when you count the key cycles, it didn't add up. Didn't add up to the right period of time. I'll take the fan off just because I'm not sure we're going to get anything else live in court today, but I will keep it on anyway, just in case. So, yeah, this guy was snotty before. He had that comment about how do you just take what people tell you as fact or something? And he asked if John was over 6 feet tall, and he said, I don't know. And Mr. Jackson was like, well, if I told you, would you take it as a fact? And he said, if Mr. Lally told me, I'd take it as a fact. Guy's a little much when it comes to the us versus them mentality with the defense team and the defense lawyers. All right, they have ended the stream, so I'm just going to go ahead and take it down. They argued last time about the guess. You'd have to guess. No, he wouldn't have to guess. He acknowledged last time Seraph could have measured. He was just standing around. They could have done the same thing with the glass and the blood spots. Mentioned last trial that, yeah, the lieutenant in charge, he lives directly across the street. It's not like they just said he lives in the area. They didn't have to like run down the block. He's right across the street. And by the way, apparently also didn't come out of his house to see what was going on at any point. Only when they came by later to ask for red Solo cups did he have any involvement. So probably much like Mr. Gallagher here is, he's above writing the reports. He's got other people to do that, underlings to do that. Similarly, this lieutenant, he doesn't take charge of the crime scene. He doesn't respond. That's for other people, for underlings to do. So we know that rank and status and hierarchy is all very, very important in law enforcement. Wouldn't want to violate the rules of who is supposed to do what. He doesn't remember Higgins being at 34 Fairview when he was there for the interview, so he didn't mention anything about that. A little bit more conversation about Berkowitz during the last trial, Chief Berkowitz, who is now passed away. So we haven't heard anything at all about Berkowitz this time. Don't know if we're going to. Other than, didn't he recover one of the pieces of taillight? Wasn't he one of the ones? Kind of think he was. And of course, they didn't record the interviews in any way. They didn't search the house in any way. Go to the basement, didn't go to the backyard, didn't go to the garage. We can, I think, safely assume, although we didn't hear anything about the garage in the first trial. Small thing, we had in the first trial already heard at this point from the criminalist, the people from the lab that he's describing came and to the Sallyport to process the car on February the 1st. They had testified already in the previous trial, and they had talked about removing the taillight from the car and that they broke it a little bit more in the process. I only bring that up because we haven't heard anything about that at this trial, and his testimony conflicted with that. He denied that the taillight was broken more during the removal. He is also where we got those photos of, out there in the middle of the garage with the Stop and Shop bag just sitting out there open. Yes, it would slop around. You're driving in a car, it's going to slosh around. It's going to leak through this bag. It's so extremely unsanitary. This is not how you collect blood. Not how you collect blood. Well, so that's just a little bit of preview of what might be coming tomorrow based on what he said. At the last trial. So now let's just kind of recap what happened. Okay. So first off, one of the very first things that caught my attention when Mr. Gallagher is describing the officers at the scene. What is the name of the sergeant? How do you pronounce his name? His name is Sergeant Good. It just has an E at the end, but you pronounce it Sergeant Good. Why does that stand out? Well, because according to Katie McLoughlin, who just testified, that when Karen said, I hit him, 4 times, and Seraph asked her to repeat it, and she said, I said, what did you say? And she said, I hit him. And he said, somebody go get Goody over here. She called him Goody. Seraph didn't call him Goody because his name isn't Goody. It's Good. It's Good. And you would only think it's Goody if you just read his name and didn't hear somebody say it out loud. So that definitely caught my attention. Oh, she said he asked for Sergeant Goody. Is there another sergeant? Is there a Sergeant Good and a Sergeant Goody? No? No? How peculiar. Because typically, you'd be asking for the right guy and you'd pronounce his name correctly, right? Big giveaway, I thought. She didn't actually hear that. She read his name somewhere and she doesn't know how to pronounce it, so she calls him Goody. It's not what she heard. That definitely stood out. So this weird combination of, well, it's not a crime, but we are investigating and we are securing and we are taking evidence, but we just have no idea, what we're dealing with. And he's kind of all over the place, back and forth, depending on what point he's trying to make. Yes, they were very careful when they were collecting this stuff because, that's what you do, even though this is not at all how you collect bioevidence. But why are we collecting evidence anyway? There's nothing that's under investigation. So what are you even doing? Why are you talking to people? This is very, very bizarre, trying to have it both ways. We investigated, but not really. Wasn't really a crime. About 4 inches of snow on the ground at that time. So it's a fair amount of snow. Fair amount of snow. If John had been on the bare ground and all that snow fell on top of him, we'd expect to be seeing a lot of bare ground. Didn't see it. Didn't see it on that video, did we? We saw a lot of compacted snow in the same condition as all the other snow that's around. It's been stepped on, walked on, etc. No big bare area where John was lying. No area of just a small amount of recently fallen snow that fell onto the bare area where John had been lying that would be rapidly cleaned off with a leaf blower. No, that didn't happen. Didn't happen. We saw little spots of blood, no other blood. No other blood. Where's the blood from his head? We don't know. We don't see it. Of course, we had our security theater with the handling of the glass. We put on the purple, may or may not be sterile gloves to handle the scissors and fiddle with the microphone before then reaching in through the bag, touching the outside of the box, touching the scissors, touching the bag, opening it up, and then handling the glass itself. We touched like half a dozen things, rubbed our hands around on them before we touched that glass, and then put it back in. But we're wearing gloves, so we're being very, very serious about our processes here. He's been trained to look and see if guys cross their legs or their arms. No kidding. No kidding. Very insightful stuff that people sometimes cross their arms and their legs and when they talk. You were trained to look for that. This is read technique bullshit, guys. This is the read technique bullshit where they tell you that you can identify if somebody is lying or not based on their body language during an interview. And then based on that tells you, do I assume their guilt or not? And if I assume their guilt, then I, conduct the interrogation in a certain way. And, surprisingly, lo and behold, it seems like pretty much no matter what body language somebody behaves in that interview, a detective will find that it means they're lying. He blinked rapidly, it means he's lying. He blinked rapidly, you don't blink slowly, didn't blink, it also means he's lying. there's no win because this is bullshit. This is not a science, and there's no hard and fast rules. But he's been trained in that, guys. And They skirted very, very, very close to offering an opinion on the credibility of the witnesses. Not allowed to do that. That is misconduct to elicit. Mr. Brennan was clearly seeking to elicit as close to the line as he possibly could. No concern about his affect, didn't see anything alarming after we've just talked about, I'm trained to look for things to raise my suspicion. This is a backdoor way of saying he seemed to be telling the truth. That's what they're doing through the back door. You don't get to do that. That's for the jury to decide if he was telling the truth or not. You don't get to come try to put your finger on the scale and let your opinion control. If you want to explain what you saw, you can do that. He didn't cross his arms. Or did he cross his arms? We're not sure which one means he was being honest. You can describe what you see, but you don't get to say, you know, he was honest because he didn't cross his arms. No. So they skirted about as close to that as you can get without explicitly crossing over the line to saying, yeah, I thought he was telling me the truth. Is it enough of an implication? Arguable. I had a case where the way that they tried to backdoor this is the prosecutor's asking the witness, let me think exactly how this went. You have some discretion over whether you forward your reports to law enforcement or to the prosecutor to follow up. And if you don't believe a witness is telling the truth, you won't forward the report. So what did you do with your report in this case? Hello, come on. Oh, yes, I won on that one. That was just one of a laundry list of egregious misconduct that the prosecutor engaged in over the course of that trial. Weird, though, he didn't even get named. Weird how that works. He didn't even get named in the opinion. But yes, that conviction did get reversed. Our best detective was Kevin Albert, and we didn't want there to be any issue about bias because he's Brian's brother. Oh, that guy who got drunk with Proctor and left his gun somewhere, lost his gun, had to check with Proctor to see if he'd left his gun in Proctor's car. That guy is your best detective? Huh. Good to know. Good to know. And then, of course, he didn't partake in the search. Partake. Is it a meal? Is it a meal when you search somebody's car? Are you expecting to be satisfied when you walk away from that search? So Mr. Jackson did a great job of tying him down to his responsibility. He's the one that's responsible for this scene, for ensuring that the processes are correctly followed, properly documented. And now we're establishing how far short he fell of that responsibility. But it's not his job to do any of this himself, of course. He's there to make sure others do their things right. So no, he wouldn't write a report. He wasn't even interviewed until almost 2.5 years after all this happened. The guy who found the cup, who's like the best person to know where the cup was in relation to everything else while we're documenting the scene, not even interviewed until 1.5 years later. Yeah, he thought the leaf blower would be a great idea because it wouldn't preserve any evidence. I don't know. What if, say, John had gotten into a fight with somebody else and that other person's hair had ended up on John, and now you're blowing all of this snow around. And you think that hair? You think you might disturb that? It was such a brilliant idea, but it's going to displace anything that's not very massive. And a lot of what you're looking for in a situation where you need evidence, whether we're talking about it's a homicide investigation or not, whatever the hell you guys are doing out there, you're trying to figure out what happened. Trace evidence is a pretty big part of that. That's why they're out collecting blood, to try to get DNA. DNA Stop and Shop bag is perfectly fine. Oh, good Lord. Oh, good Lord. I loved the idea of DNA being forensically stable. DNA is forensically stable. Well, under some circumstances, it can be. There's been DNA that's been recovered archaeologically that is thousands of years old. But do you expect that? Do you anticipate that? No. No, you generally don't. And one of the problems with DNA anyway is that detecting it, preserving it is one thing, but being able to analyze it is another. And a big part of the problem is interference. It's actually a problem in this very case we're going to hear about a little bit later on. There are certain substances and things like that if your sample is contaminated, or just if it was like a dirty sample or something like that, things can interfere with your ability to develop a DNA profile. And so this is a big part of why you use sterile collection techniques. This is why you use the correct swab. You make sure it's sealed properly, because you don't want things like molds and bacterias to develop. Blood has sugar in it. Blood has sugar in it. And sugar attracts bacteria. So, yeah, you just have some blood sitting here in the cups in the fridge, in the bag for a couple days. You think, but you're not quite sure because you only took the blood out of the fridge and there's no log. No log. And the 15 minutes it would have taken to send Lank to go and get the swabs, that could have made a difference. That could have made a big difference. Why? Because at his rate, his calculation, we could have gotten from 1/4 to 1 inch more snow, or to 1/2 inch more snow in that 15-minute time frame. Devastating. I thought we just heard about how good the leaf blower works. Blow it off and get your blood. Can't send Lank away because we needed to preserve the scene integrity. You just told us how there's nobody out. In fact, you didn't even turn your sirens on during this whiteout blizzard that we keep hearing about, because you only need them when there's people on the road. How do you know ahead of time if there are people where you're driving as you approach an intersection? How do you know there are people there or not? You don't. That's why you have your siren on, so people can hear it from a distance. We're supposed to believe everybody had their sirens off because nobody was out because it was a blizzard. A blizzard is exactly when you need to have it on, because people can't otherwise see you. So give them a visual alert, and then they can be cautious. They can slow down. They can get out of the way, etc. It's exactly when you would want the sirens on. This explanation, very bizarre to me, that we heard today. So, no evidence log. That failure has been laid squarely at Gallagher's feet. It was his responsibility. You had one job, okay? Clearly not writing a report, not documenting, not taking measurements. You had one job, that was to oversee your underlings to make sure that they did theirs correctly, and you didn't even do that. You didn't even do that. So more of that tomorrow. Let's see where we're at, guys. Got some more comments and questions in to work through. My Mini 67 butt dials. Who's going to tell HB that the broken taillight shines red even after the outer cover is removed? Bloody facts. Yeah, this was that Be in Trouble. That Be in Trouble video that he did where he broke down that taillight and shows how it works. It makes sense, right? It only glows white when the red is missing if you are using an outdated incandescent bulb model in your mind for how a taillight works. In an old school taillight, yeah, it's got an incandescent bulb in it. And then that bulb just shines, white light, clear light, whatever. And so then you have the plastic outer covering that gives the light that you're trying to signal. So like the red is the brake lights, the gold is the turn signal. That's all done from the plastic casing that the incandescent light is shining through. But modern taillights are made with LEDs, and LEDs are not and do not have to be just white. The LED itself can be whatever color you want it to be. And so, what we saw from that Be in Trouble video, the LED itself is red. It doesn't shine white light. It doesn't shine white light. And if the taillight is broken, it doesn't create a gap. It doesn't create a gap where white light shines through. It just doesn't shine at all. It shines no light at all without the diffuser piece that draws the line through the bottom of the taillight. So boy, do I hope that ARCA or somebody has done some type of reconstruction like that, because boy, it was such a good idea and it's so persuasive when you see it in person. It just, makes it clear what the taillight should look like in all these nighttime videos of it driving by. If it were in the condition it were in at the Sallyport, and it doesn't look like that at all. Z, TB judge ordered hearing on affidavit in early June. What if further substantiated and KR's jury in deliberation, or if reached verdict? Defense demand evidentiary hearing for Sallyport and jury tampering. So there are kind of time frames for post-conviction motions. If you want to typically bring a motion for a new trial based on evidence that's been uncovered since the first trial, you typically have a time limit to do that. Sometimes it comes from the verdict. Sometimes it comes from the date of sentencing. Not 100% sure what Massachusetts rule is on that. But so because this hearing on the affidavit, and just for context, this is an affidavit in Turtle Boy's case, and it's basically alleging that there has been collaboration between the district attorney's office and Kate Roberts, and I guess Kate Peters, I'm sorry, not Kate Roberts, Kate Peters, and some other folks to basically set up Turtle Boy to get him arrested for witness intimidation. There's been allegations about spreading information and things like that. So that's really what that evidentiary hearing is about. It's a little bit collateral to Karen's case. It's obviously not happening in Karen's case. They haven't filed anything related to it in this case. So it's not clear to me that they will or that they would. If something came out of that hearing that it turns out is extremely beneficial to Karen Reed, then yeah, if we're in the time frame for them to file a post-conviction motion, I'd expect them to do that. If we're no longer in that time frame and we're just, waiting for appeal or whatever, again, assuming she's convicted, which I'm considering unlikely at this point, but who knows? Then you're looking at whatever process Massachusetts has for a habeas equivalent, a state level habeas type of proceeding. It's just the difference between appeal work and post-conviction work. Appeal, they're just looking at the process of the trial and evaluating if there was any error, but they're not taking in any new evidence. They're not deciding generally, was this a fair verdict? Was it just in light of all of the information? It literally just, did somebody make a mistake as part of the process before? So there's typically a different process in the states that's an alternative to that kind of appeal. It's equivalent to a habeas petition in federal court. She'd have to use something like that because this would be new evidence for her to bring in that could potentially affect the case. So those are kind of the options I see about what she could do with new information if it were to come up. Let's see here. The ghost of Brian Higgins' SIM card. Blob Girl is Julie Nagel, indeed, who last year said she called JM Auntie JJ, but this year JM said she doesn't really know her. Weird, awkward. Yeah, Jen doesn't really know Julie. But Julie took care of her dog that one time, and it was just a friend of a friend. You just trusted this referral from your nephew to come into your house and care for your beloved pet, right? Yeah, I'm not buying that. I am paying very close attention to who is coming into my house and who is taking care of my animal. That is going to be a trusted person. But no, didn't really meet her or anything. Yeah, Julie is the one who testified last year that as they drove by in Matt McCabe's car from 34 Fairview going home at 1:32 in the morning, she saw a black blob, a strangely man-sized, approximately 6-foot long black blob outside the window, and that she said something about it, but somehow Sarah heard it, but Jen didn't, and nobody brought this up at any point after discovering John O'Keefe was found there the next day. Doesn't get brought up until right before the last trial. So that's the preview of Julie Nagel. Michigan farm boy. Lally asked if the last drink was at 1 a.m. Would a small change in time change the results? She said in Cross, the calculation has a factor for the last drink 1 to 1.5 hour pre the point of interest at 12:45 a.m. Known false. Last drink at 1 a.m. is a large change. Sounds like it. Yeah, I mean, she's very imprecise. I think it's been inconsistent in how they've described this calculation between the last trial and this one. And they're being imprecise with what they're talking about, and so it's not clear when the math runs from. If they changed it to 1, the last drink was at 1, yes, that would necessarily move it forward by at least a couple of hours. If the incident time that we're concerned with is 12:45 and we have this built-in window of 2 hours, that means 10:45 was her last drink. And now we're saying it's at 1. That's a big change. That's, over 2 hours. So yeah, I agree with this point. How much do people care about the retrograde extrapolation? Really, I feel like most people aren't going to be super in the weeds on these details. Maybe they are, I don't know. But the garbage in, garbage out really seems to be the takeaway. It's garbage in, garbage out. It's as good as the assumptions that you make. Your assumptions here included that they did the sample collection correctly, that they did the measurement of the ethanol in it correctly, that you have your estimate of the time frame correct. And if any of those things are wrong, that you're just taking on faith, your calculation is bad. It can't be relied on. So not sure how much weight that testimony has, but we'll see. Jade Roscoe, could the tour the jurors took have included them getting a view from the front porch? Yeah, I don't see why not. Seems like that's kind of part of what the point was to go there and be able to see the relative distances and so forth. If the issue is like being on the front porch is trespassing or something, number one, they can have permission from the landowners. I don't know if they did or not, but it is possible. But number two, it's usually not trespassing to walk up to the public entry, to somebody's house. There's an implied invitation that you can use the walkway and walk up to the front door and knock on the door. And if they don't want to let you in or talk to you, you might exceed your scope at that point. They got a no solicitation sign on the door. Then for you to knock the door and try to sell them something, that's now you're trespassing. You've exceeded the scope of your invitation. But it's implied that you get to walk up, to the front door. So it's probably okay. I don't see any inherent problem with doing that. Melissa Garcia, Katie seems medicated up. Adore you and this chat. Maybe. Alan sounded a little hoarse. I wonder if there's a, cold or something going around. A lot of sniffs. A lot of that sniffs with Katie. But I don't really know what to look for, honestly, with somebody's medicated. If somebody's like really drugged and having a hard time like staying focused and stuff, I'll probably notice that. But otherwise, I'm just not sure that I notice. Like, people being drugged is pretty prevalent now. It's kind of normalized, people walking around on all kinds of things that alter your affect and your, mood and your energy levels and so forth. So it's kind of hard for me to say, but some folks who have more familiarity with, how people respond to medications and stuff like that might see things a little bit differently than I do. Julie, she's trying to get more information, but didn't think it was her place to ask more about him being hit by a vehicle. That doesn't add up. No, it definitely doesn't add up. It definitely doesn't add up. If you're responding to the scene where somebody, collapsed on the ground and is unconscious, and you have a witness who's, terrified, I think he had a heart attack, and they're screaming and upset, are you going to not ask, does he have a history of a prior heart attack? Because the person is upset. No, you're going to ask what you need to know anyway. What makes you think he had a heart attack? Did he hold his arm? Did he clutch his chest? Did he say anything? You're going to follow up. That's your job. That's what you're there to do. So I hit him, and that's where your interest ends. I don't buy it. Because of how significant the difference is between I hit him with my hand, I hit him with a baseball bat, I hit him with the wrapper on my straw, I hit him with my vehicle. These have significantly different medical implications. So of course you're going to follow up about what she meant. Patrick McKernan, don't the two independent and disinterested testimonies of Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxon make the DA's case ridiculous? Where was John then? Yeah, what's going to happen is we're going to get from the Commonwealth what amounts to a maybe. Well, maybe John was just standing outside. Maybe John had just gotten out of the door. Except it's your burden to prove your version of events. It's your version to prove it. So maybe John is somewhere else. That don't sound like proof beyond a reasonable doubt to me. Because maybe John was in the house. Maybe that's why they didn't see him. And these people aren't proving that John wasn't in the house or in the garage or in the basement or around the back or anything like that. None of that is established. So yeah, where was John? Oliver Olson did not have fringual relations with that woman. Well, we're being Clinton-esque. Yeah, did not have a fringual relations with that woman. Why would you be so hostile to the idea that you're her friend when you clearly hang out with each other frequently? Many times with your big groups. I mean, so what if she's not your bestie? She's just a collateral in the group. You wouldn't be so hostile. No, not a friend. Not a friend. Unless you hate her for some reason. Like, did she take your boyfriend, Katie? Like, what's the story here? I don't know. Bebop and Rocksteady. So other than people stating KR said, I hit him 3 times, is there any video or text in which Karen Reed says it? Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert here. If you're waiting to hear objective verification that Karen Reed said any of this, you're going to have a hard time. It's not coming. No, there's no verification of any of it. And as Mr. Jackson has already hinted at during the cross-examination of Katie McLoughlin, the officers didn't hear it. Seraph didn't hear it. Mulaney didn't hear it. None of them reported it. None of them followed up on it. It's not written in any of their reports. The first time it shows up, as far as I recall, is from Jen McCabe's interview with Lank later that morning. And actually, I take that back, because the interview later that morning is when she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Then it was still the question. The part that she she would never forget, because some things you never forget, when it became a declarative statement after being a question over and over and over again over the course of the evening, or over the course of the morning. That's when it just was so revolutionary and shocking that she said that we'll never forget it, except that she did. Except that she did. No, there's no corroboration of any of that. It's all self-corroborating with the other witnesses who repeat it. Ever Age, maybe I missed it, but I wish AJ would have asked KM hit him with what? Yeah. She didn't know. It more or less came through. Wouldn't it be important to know with what could affect your treatment? So he didn't ask it explicitly like this, but that would be a good way to ask that question. She said, I hit him. What did she hit him with? Oh, you don't know? You didn't ask? That didn't make a difference to you if she hit him with the straw wrapper versus she hit him with a hand versus she hit him with a cocktail glass versus a truck? Those wouldn't have significantly different implications in terms of the kinds of injuries that he might have and the attention that you might need to pay to that information? I mean, if she just hit him with the straw on a wrapper, we can ignore, the wrapper on her straw, we can ignore that. That's not what caused him to have this episode, this medical episode. Yeah, that would have been a fun way to go about it. Exotic 127. I'm a school bus driver in Massachusetts, and I am classified as a mandated reporter. Good to know. Thank you for sharing that. I would love to know too, is mandated reporter just child abuse, or is it also domestic violence? I would love to know that. School employees, very, very common to be mandatory reporters. So I'm going to have to dig into that a little bit, I think. Thank you for sharing that. Violet Energy. Why did Bev say no to AJ when he asked to approach? This was in the middle of him asking about the contents of the photographs, and the photographs were not in evidence. He kept trying. It kept being objected to. It kept being sustained. So why not approach? There's nothing to argue about in terms of the objection. What could AJ do? Ask for clarification. Would a generous judge point out, you don't have this in evidence yet, Mr. Jackson. You need to get it in evidence before you can ask about the contents of it. Yeah, a generous judge might do that. But this is Bev. So based on that, her objection, her ruling on the objection, there's nothing to discuss. Yes, it was sustained, properly sustained. So that's why she said no, because she wasn't going to help him fix the problem. She was going to wait and see if he figured it out. Jay Coop, Andrea, can defense bring up how Commonwealth has changed their theory 4 times? Potentially. Yeah, potentially. They can bring up inconsistencies in certainly the witness's testimony. If they don't call Trooper Paul, for example, the defense can call him. I mean, I don't see any reason why not. Point out you testified in a previous proceeding that happened like this, and you were the Commonwealth's witness, and they didn't call you this time, huh? And instead, they're arguing something else happened. Yeah, I think they get to do that because that's going to it's going to impeaching the theory of the case and impeaching the investigation. You couldn't even figure out what the mechanism of this accident was until like 2 weeks ago. And is it going to be consistent again? Is it the frozen ground that hit his head? That he hit his head on and cracked the skull, or is it, the back of the little spoiler part on the SUV? Like, who knows even what we're going to get? So to me, yes, I think that is probably fair game, but we'll see. Nicole Kelly, I didn't know what grand jury even meant until recently. Do you think defense is overusing prior testimony? Is it required? I'd be lost if I was a jury and kept hearing about a trial I wasn't a part of. So the reason they're having to use prior testimony is because judge won't let them say it happened in the last trial. She's not letting him distinguish it that way. So it's created this kind of peculiar situation where the jury knows they can say the grand jury, you testified in front of the grand jury back in April of 2023. And they can say you testified in front of a different, or April 2022. And then they can say you testified in front of a different grand jury about a year later in April 2023. That's the federal grand jury. But they can't say they testified at trial last year. It's just been this prior proceeding that happened about a year ago. That's the lingo that the Judge Cannoni is requiring. That said, this is like the third witness now, Katie McLoughlin, who volunteered it. It was at the last trial. So the jury, I'm, reasonably comfortable that the jury has figured that out. They know. They know that when we talk about the prior proceeding, we're talking about a trial last year. So I don't think they're confusing it with the grand jury because they've been allowed to say when it's the grand jury that they're talking about. It's just the trial that they can't specify. But it can be confusing, especially if the jury is coming into this not really knowing what to expect. We, of course, know what the rules of the road are because we watch the pretrial stuff. But a jury doesn't necessarily know. And so trying to sort all that out, it could potentially be confusing. But this is just the language that they're stuck using. Chris Luke, can't wait to listen to the plow driver's testimony again. Lucky Loughran, Brian Loughran. 2:45, he sees no body in the snow. 3:30 on the way back, he sees a Ford Edge car directly parked where John's body is finally found. Not guilty. If you believe Lucky, it's pretty hard to find that this happened the way the Commonwealth described, because John's body should have been lying out by that flagpole the entire night. Should have been out there. And if it wasn't there, calls into pretty serious question how he got there and when he got there. The Ford Edge, we keep hearing there's nobody out tonight. It's a blizzard. Nobody's out driving. So where'd the Ford Edge come from? Why is it there? Where did it go? It's a little sus. What would their interest be in that particular location if it's not somehow related to the Alberts and what was going on in the house that morning? I enjoyed Lucky Loughran's testimony. That said, I remember from Juror Ronnie's interview with Turtle Boy, apparently the first jury didn't find him credible. He had testified that he hit a basketball hoop one point on while he was out, and he didn't document it. And so that they considered like dispositive on Lucky Loughran's testimony. So I found him pretty plausible. The jury did not agree. So we'll just have to once again, kind of wait and see how this jury takes him. Gwen Brandon. Was Jen asked why, after trying John so many times, she did not try to text or call Karen? No, she wasn't asked, but it's an argument that they can make. You know, she's so concerned about John getting there. She's reaching out to John, texting, but didn't reach out to Karen. Now, I think one possibility, I'm not sure she had Karen's number at this point. Remember, the following morning, it was Kaylee's phone that they used to call Jen because Karen and Jen weren't close. They weren't friends. I'm sure, kind of like with Carrie, from Jen's perspective, oh, she's just the latest one of John's babysitters with benefits. So they weren't close. Karen clearly didn't have her number in Karen's phone. They had to use Kaylee's phone to be able to make that communication. So very possible she just didn't even have Karen's number at this point. Very possible. Now, she certainly got it at some point. Because she texted Karen while Karen is, I think, either at the hospital or on the way to the hospital. Don't know how that conversation happened with, hysterical, panicked Karen, but apparently it did. Sandy B. Ryan said he texted almost there as they were coming down Cedar Crest in the first trial. I didn't catch that. Yeah, the text says here, pretty sure they have the text. So that was what they used to timestamp when he arrived out front, and it was somewhere in the ballpark of, like 12:23, 12:24, something like that. The Commonwealth should have had a better read on their timeline before the first trial based on a lot of this stuff, but somehow they didn't. Maureen Francis, I thought Good was told of she confessed. That's what Katie McLoughlin said. That's what she says, that this was said in front of Seraph, and Seraph was like, oh, we got to get Officer Good over here. Officer Goody. We got to get Officer Goody over here. That's what Sarah said, but I guess we'll have to hear from Officer Good or Goody or whatever his name is once he decides to testify. V. Grave, how do you find blood in the snow that fell after he died, allegedly? Well, like I said, there's capillary action with water, and so it'll seep up. It'll fall in the puddle, and until it freezes enough to start create a frozen barrier and start accumulating on top, that's what will continue to happen. So that means it's very recent, that the blood dropped, or just not very much snow has fallen. It's not really consistent with this terrible blizzard that they've described. And 4 inches has fallen, guys, that's not a lot of snow. Okay. Sorry to tell you, 4 inches is not a lot of snow. This is not, some 100-year storm that they're having to deal with that justifies throwing out all of the norms and protocols of interviewing witnesses and securing scenes and collecting evidence and so forth. But yeah, it just basically tells us, I think, that there has not been enough snowfall since the blood fell on the snow for it to refreeze, and after it's touched that blood, for it to refreeze and create the barrier, and then have more snow accumulate on top. Now the blood itself, yeah, it's going to freeze too. So maybe that's something a biomechanical engineer would look into. How fast is blood going to freeze given these certain conditions, to the point where snow could accumulate on top of it without the capillary action wicking the blood up into the snow? They might. I don't know. But none of this really came up a whole lot at the last trial. All we really really heard them talk about was that the blood had fallen on top of the snow. It wasn't that he uncovered it underneath. It had fallen on top of the bulk of the 4 inches of snow that was already accumulated there. So how'd it get there? How'd it get there? If this is just from when John was moved, okay, that makes some sense. I mean, I could buy that, although if John's been out there for hours and hours and hours, don't know that blood should still be liquid. Seems that it should be either frozen or congealed. Not sure it would still be in a dripping state 5 hours later. So many, many questions about those little blood droplets in the snow. Christine, Life by the Sea. What happens if Proctor not available to be questioned? If he's unavailable, they can use his prior. They can use his prior testimony. That's one of the hearsay exceptions. If a witness is unavailable, but they have given prior sworn testimony and parties had the opportunity to cross-examine, those factors are all present in this case. So that would be the worst case scenario, is they can use his prior testimony. What would make him unavailable? Well, of course, being unable to be found, just not showing up, absconding makes you unavailable. Pleading the fifth makes you unavailable. So there's some of the ways that could happen. I don't think it will. He didn't last time. And he's kind of already dug his hole in that sense. If you're worried about incriminating yourself, you should have shut up the first time, but you didn't. So I don't know how it's more incriminating to repeat it a second time. I guess it technically would. I was thinking about this because I was thinking about that before. Like, having said it already, is that like a waiver of your Fifth Amendment right? I could definitely see an argument that direction. But then I could also see an argument that if he says it again this trial, that's a separate perjury charge, potentially. Each time you say it, each time you repeat it under oath is a potential independent perjury charge. So doesn't help me avoid the first one from the first trial, but could help me not pick up a second one the second time around. I think that's likely how it would end up. So yeah, for that, I think he could probably invoke the fifth, even if he had previously answered questions about it in the first trial. It's Michigas. It's a Michigas. Kim Lau with California roots. Why was blood on top of snow and reveal itself after blowing if JOK was there since 12:30 a.m.? Yeah, $1 million question, isn't it? Only possible explanation is it's when they moved him. But that means that blood needed to be liquid, not congealed, not scabbed up, liquid blood that dripped from him 5 hours later after lying out in the snow. Seems pretty hard to believe, doesn't it? Not sure that I buy that. Interested to see if the biomechanical engineer has anything to say about it. Duncan, Idaho. So they found a cocktail glass, but where are the 46 pieces of the bright red taillight, which exploded into shrapnel and damaged John O'Keefe's arm? Huh. Yeah. Huh. Weird that they didn't find that. And they at least by the video that we just watched, uncovered a cocktail glass and said, great, we're done. That's it. It's not what the previous testimony was. The previous testimony was we took it down to bare ground in about a, I want to say 12 foot by 12 foot area. Might be more like 9 foot by 9 foot. It was Good who testified about that. Yep, the leaf blower, it worked great. He was the one who videotaped it. Good wrote the wrong address in his police report. He was that guy. Let's see. No, he didn't find any of the white or red tail light. Didn't find a hat. Didn't find a shoe. That was pretty much all that we got from him in the first trial. So might have just been in somebody's report, but I definitely remember at some point somebody claimed they cleared out down to the bare ground an area of, I want to say like 12 by 12. It's not what they showed us on that video, is it? In the video, it looks like they just found the glass and then they're done. That's it. Off we go. Certainly not any other evidence to see here. That wouldn't make a lot of sense either, would it? You just stop. Doesn't make a lot of sense. KRM 944. Hunters know there should be more blood. Hunters are exactly who would know this situation. Hunting season is cold season. Hunting season is often snowy season. You might have to track the animal for a little bit after, after you shot it. Even a, extremely clean shot is not necessarily like instantaneous death on the animal. Sometimes it can, it can move a little bit. So yeah, hunters are going to be familiar with what blood does in the snow. I think this is an excellent point. I do wonder if there's any hunters on the jury. You guys deer hunt and stuff over there in Massachusetts? You have areas for that? You got enough wildlife for that? I'm curious about that. I'm used to stuff like that in the West, but we tend to be far less dense out here than you guys. We got more public lands and stuff like that. So just kind of curious about that. Sandy B, who retaped it after the first trial? Yeah, who knows? I guess the evidence room, but they didn't tell us. They didn't tell us. I think normally when I've seen this happen, it doesn't get retaped. It didn't get retaped. Like they don't go and fiddle with it again after you've cut it open in court. You might fold it back closed or whatever, but you don't put new tape on it. It's a new chain of custody, a new point of contact. If you were going to do that, I'd expect it to be logged, but that expectation is clearly misplaced in Canton. So we have no idea who retaped it. No idea. NDP 0911. This is the worst police work I've ever seen of my 23-year career. I've seen two-man departments doing better police work. Yeah. Can't disagree with that. Can't disagree with that. I've seen smaller departments than this. I've never seen any of them make judgment calls this bad. I mean, just flatly ridiculous. And the thing is that when you're over your head, small departments know what their limitations are. They know when they can't do something, and they have a lot of mutual aid agreements, other relationships with other law enforcement agencies in the area to help them fill in the gaps. It's not like they don't investigate murder in small towns because the force is small and it's hard. No, they just rely on other law enforcement to come in and help them out with it. So, normally that's the type of thing that you would do. Why is that precluded here? Really not sure. We just heard, MSP wasn't going to respond. Well, did you ask them to? Did you ask for assistance with their crime scene collection folks? Or did you just say, here's this guy and he might be dead? And then it's a death that they get the jurisdiction over. I don't know. Curious, but I got to agree. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The evidence chain of custody stuff alone is just it's inexcusable. This is basic policing. Feral AF, can Lally Re motion for Easter to testify? He can, and I am expecting them to do that after the Commonwealth rests their case. Her ruling basically said this is all in the common understanding of the jury, what the procedures are, and you can elicit any sorts of problems with the investigation, deviations from protocol through cross-examination. So I expect them to make their offer of proof at the end of the Commonwealth's case as to what they are not able to establish through cross and why they need him to come in. That would be pretty normal. So I'm expecting it. We'll see if it happens. That said, I haven't really seen them going at like this guy would be, and maybe they'll do this tomorrow with Gallagher, since he's a supervisor. He would seem to be the one to get into like, what are your policies at Canton Police Department for doing, this or that or the other? Do you have a policy? Is it in written? Oh, and, presumably if it is, the defense has it. Let's read from it, that kind of thing. If they can establish all of it, that this is not normal police activity, then her ruling would probably stand. You don't need Easter to go remake that point. It's already been made. But if they aren't able to get that from these witnesses because the witnesses aren't cooperative, because look, Gallagher is not going to be cooperative with the defense. He hates them. He hates them. That would benefit you if there's more DNA on it. Well, but this is about John O'Keefe, isn't it? Would it benefit John O'Keefe if there's unknown foreign DNA on the evidence you collected from the scene? Would that benefit him? Shouldn't that be your primary consideration in this case? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, that statement. Sandy B, ask these cops if John were their son, would they do that evidence collection the same way? She won't let him ask that question because it's too argumentative. But it's the general idea. This is a fallen police officer, and this is what you do for him. This is the respect that you show. Oh, you didn't put up the tent. You didn't photograph or record him, where he was, out of respect. This is what you mean by respect. Jesus freak, couple drops of dish soap helps as a wetting agent. Oh, you might be talking about my bonsai trees. I didn't know that. I might have to try that. I am very careful about what I add into my pots because we have very, very thin margins with the whole, ecology of what's going on in there. When you have a tree that's planted in the ground, it's connected to everything else that's going on in the ground. There's water moving, there's microbes, there's, just all kinds of different processes happening that the tree is connected to. When the tree is in a pot, that it's minimized. And so it can really exaggerate the process in the pot. If there's, say, nematodes, damaging nematodes that are in the soil, if the tree is out in the ground, it's just a much better chance that that's going to kind of get neutralized more quickly because you got a lot of worms around. They can get in, they can find it, they're going to eat the nematodes, and everything will be good. You don't have worms in your pot. You really shouldn't have worms in your pot, in your bonsai pot. So just it's a situation where things that are out of whack can have outsized influence. So I'm very, very careful about what I add into the pot. I would have to think carefully about, yes, even just a couple drops of dish soap, especially if I'm doing it repeatedly. See, the goal is to really never let the pot dry out 100%. If the pot's already saturated, water attracts water. We talked about the capillary action. If it's already slightly damp, if there's already water in it, it will help move it through. It's only when it's dry, when it's completely dry, that it becomes very resistant. And it might take you some time to kind of, soak it up and let it get re-wet again so that then the water can flow through. Anyway, that was a long aside about the bonsais. I know a guy. Don't higher ranking officers take the lead when a police officer is killed? Typically, and this guy drew the short straw apparently because Gallagher is higher ranking than him, but Gallagher doesn't have to do this. In fact, he doesn't even have to come outside his house, right across the street the entire morning. Pretty sure he's on the defense witness list, isn't he? Gallagher? Pretty sure he is. Tim Boggs, why didn't Jen call Karen when waiting for O'Keefe? Yeah, this is the same question as before. $1 million question. Not clear she had Karen's number. It's not clear she had Karen's number. Don't know when she got it. Don't know when she got it. Karen McGuire, the snowblower search found clear broken bar glass, but no red tail lights. Yep. And some of those pieces were massive. You know, some of those pieces are, we see the photographs, like these things are huge. Seem very difficult to overlook, especially if you're snowblowing all the way down to the bare ground. Seems like the kind of thing that you would notice. The small little pieces, little fragments, seem like the kind of things that you might, you know, little splinters, you might displace those using a snowblower. You know, might move them out of their original location. I'm sure there's testing you could do on like the force that's generated by the leaf blower and the force that would be required to move a piece of taillight of a particular size, you know, however many number of inches or whatever. Sure, there could probably be mathed. Nobody mathed it at the last trial, but it's just in terms of an evidence collection method, that's part of what seems problematic about it. You know, small pieces of plastic don't have a lot of mass, so it doesn't take a lot of force to move them. So blowing them around might move them out of the location where they landed. And then isn't that going to skew your ability to, you know, reconstruct how the taillight came to be in that position in the first place? No red taillight found, and that sure does seem sus, doesn't it? Summer is 19. Hi, Andrea, Savannah, Georgia. When a healthy squirrel drops an acorn cone with emphasis onto my house, I hear it from within my house, even during the day. Thank you so much. We have a metal roof on our house, and so what I hear, I don't get the squirrels on the roof too much. The squirrels, there's big trees around. The squirrels hang out in the big trees. But what does happen is there are birds that like to come on the roof and dig through the rain gutters. We had actually the last several years, we've had this whole family of saw-whet owls. They keep coming back. They just sort of stay in the general neighborhood, but they like to come on the roof and dig through the rain gutters. So you hear them really loud and clear, scratching all over the roof. Yeah, I believe it. Savannah's a beautiful place. I really enjoyed the time I got to visit there. James Casatelli, to be honest, I don't recall hearing sirens on the dash cam. I don't either. I don't know if the sound was on the entire time and it's just been Seraph's car so far, but yeah, that is a good point. We didn't hear any pull up. Michelle Bellinger. So he retired 4 months after being interviewed. Yeah, they're kind of dropping like flies, aren't they? Chief Rafferty with her retirement, Berkowitz with his retirement. How much of that is just, coincidental? Who knows? Who can say? It would be interesting to know how this corresponds with your retirement benefits. You know, did you cash out at just the point when you got the certain amount of benefits? As soon as you were eligible? If you had stuck around a little longer, would you got paid a lot more? You know, things like that. It would shed light on the circumstances of people retiring, but I just don't know that we have that information. To Truth for Liberty. Okay, Canoni, time to end the baloney. She's been fairly not difficult today. You know, she could have been more helpful with Jackson on the photograph thing and explained why she wasn't sustaining it, but she also doesn't really have the obligation to. It's not her job to help anybody make their case. So as long as she's applying the same rules to both people, I don't have a problem with it. But if you're telling the Commonwealth what they need to do to overcome your objection and you're not telling the defense that, then I'm not going to like it so much. But by and large, most of that seemed pretty fair to me. He did get a little bit argumentative with Katie McLoughlin, and we started kind of seeing the same pattern where he's got to be more careful with how he asks his questions, but he also caught it. And read things verbatim, made a point of saying, I'm being careful with my words. I don't want to get into an argument about the words I'm using. So she does seem on a little bit better behavior right now. Denmark Raider, modern, not LED lights, mostly used colored bulbs. Oh, no kidding, like non-LED tail lights. I didn't know that. I don't think I've had, trying to think of like my last car I remember actually changing a tail light on, like old car before LEDs was my old Chrysler LeBaron. God, what a shit heap that thing was. It was a piece of trash. This is a car I got rid of when the wheel came off of it coming back over the pass from Bellingham. It didn't actually come all the way off. It was just literally hanging on by like a quarter of a lug nut. So I had people yelling at me out the window, your wheel's falling off. Great, just trying to get home. Anyway, I remember having to replace the tail light on that one. It was years ago. I don't even remember what year car it was, probably early 80s or something like that. But it was the old incandescent bulb. You just go down to the shop, get a new look in the book and see which bulb I get and just replace the bulb. But I haven't seen a modern non-LED tail light. So this is good stuff to know. Be good, be safe, be happy. All collusion, no collision. I like that. That's catchy. That's a good one to think about for closing. All collusion, no collision. If John wasn't hit, you must have quit. I like it. Very clever. Alex Kane, a berm? We are all Inspector Clouseau, Peter Sellers now. Did they call it a berm? Would Clouseau call it a berm? When I think of a berm, what I'm usually thinking about is out here where it's a little bit more rural. We have a lot of agricultural, grounds right near us. And when I say ag ground, I mean like very large scale, 1,000-acre wheat farms and stuff like that, corn, the kind of stuff that you're plowing. The plow will create a berm at the edge. That's typically what I'm thinking of. Or I'm thinking of when the snowplow comes through. And it pushes some of the snow off to the side, and that creates a little lump. That little lump is the berm. I don't really think of a berm as being part of the road, but I don't know. I buy it. Whatever. It's a curb. You're just calling it a berm for I don't know why. Angel Wintrode, I'm a wildlife vet tech, and we write on gloves, arms, anything with trauma cases. She would have wrote HBC for hit by car. That would be important. This is good to know. I believe the writing on the gloves. That does kind of make sense. It's right there. It does take the writing. So, especially if you're not really somebody who is typically writing reports, so you don't need to preserve your notes or anything like that to document it later. Sure, I buy that you'd write on gloves. But yes, the health information about the being hit seems like pretty important information to include. You'd want to make sure that you would pass that on. Seems pretty central to why she's asking questions in the first place. But of course, as we saw, she didn't even follow up on what did you hit him with? I know a guy. You can say, I hit him in question form. Indeed, you can. I hit him? Indeed, you can. In the Western world, in English, you tend to signify a question by having that raise in the tone of your voice at the end. I hit him? Stays low. I hit him. It's more declarative. So, yeah, you definitely can. You definitely can. That, of course, is not how they're presenting it, though. It's, I hit him. It's a confession. Cat's pajamas. Did I hit him and I hit him are very close. Could it be like the game telephone and they misheard and only heard I hit him? Gallagher just said on the stand that it was difficult hearing because of the storm and wind. Well, to me, this is a perfectly reasonable explanation that people have misheard things. And, even just knowing what subsequently happened in terms of Karen being arrested for hitting John with a car, charged with that can taint your memory. After acquired information can taint your memory. So it could be something as simple as that. They originally heard, could I hit him? But now they know she's been charged with hitting him with her car. They remember it as being something more definitive. So I'm perfectly open to explanations like this. The problem is the witnesses aren't. The problem is that the witnesses are not receptive to these types of arguments, these types of explanations. They're just, some things you never forget. They have their vivid memories, but the vivid memories don't add up. So to me, that's probably the most logical explanation is, she was saying stuff like that. How did that get translated into the declarative I hit him? I don't know, but I can imagine a lot of different ways that happened. And that it would all originate from her asking those questions at the scene. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? All that stuff. AP, I've played baseball in Michigan in April in worse snow than what they said / shown in this trial. Another snow snob. Thank you. Good to have you here. Yeah, my snow experience was from 3 winters that I lived up in Lake Tahoe, and I visited, a few others after that. Couple feet of snow overnight was like not really strange, pretty normal. Foot of snow is like, that's kind of your limit for, all right, we're all taking a powder day today. You don't go to work. You don't go to work on the powder day. You go ski instead. But if it's only like 6 inches, it's not really enough. It's just not. It's not great. It's good. Of course, any powder is better than no powder. But 6 inches is like barely, filling in over the old compacted snow, the moguls and things like that tend to get built up and compacted. 6 inches, you're still going to like slice through and hit some of that. So it's not like great. You don't necessarily take off work for that. But a foot's a good amount of powder. The storm. We heard how bad the storm was, but I guess we're not seeing very far in this video of the leaf blowing, but didn't really look that bad, did it? Didn't look like massive amounts of snow are coming down while he's trying to do this. Doesn't really look like really any snow at all is coming down while he's doing that. We certainly saw it in the early morning when they first got there at the scene from Seraph's dash cam. But otherwise, no, I'm just not impressed with the storm of the century story that's being sold here. This does not look so unusual that you wouldn't be prepared to handle this, that you wouldn't have your policies and procedures designed to accommodate the fact that you're in Massachusetts and in winter, sometimes it's going to snow and you're going to have to deal with that. Young Black economist, let's discuss Econ 101. Price difference between items with similar functions is a value-added cost. The value here is sterilized cups to stop transfer DNA. Yeah, there's clearly a reason. If everything else being equal, now assuming humans are rational actors, which might not be a fair assumption, but if we assume that it is, and you're making your purchasing decisions rationally, you are getting something out of paying more, or you wouldn't pay more. And it may not be real. It may just be a perception of some benefit that you're getting. I'm getting more status because this one has a Louis Vuitton brand on it. I'm getting better quality because this unleaded gasoline is from this producer rather than, the generic one down the street. It's got different additives or whatever. There's a reason why you pay more for evidence bags. Like, everybody knows this. This is one of those things where The jury doesn't need Mr. Easter to tell them this. They know there's a difference between an evidence bag and a Stop and Shop bag, or the police department would just tell all their officers to save their Stop and Shop bags and bring them in, and they would use them for evidence bags if there was no difference. But of course there's a difference, and the difference is the bags being sterile. Good observation there on the economics. John O'Neill, blood soaked up in snowball from backyard and planted in front with body. J.O. went to backyard through sliding door where dog conflict happened. I mean, there would be more snow than that out back, wouldn't there? Or more blood than that out back, wouldn't there? Of course, nobody looked out back, so we have no idea if there is blood out back. But yeah, could have been a little plant. Can't say it didn't happen. My explanation, I think the simplest one, it fell when John was moved there. John was moved to that location sometime after 3:30 when or 2:45 when Lucky Loughran took the plow by and didn't see him out there. Sometime after that, and it was when they were moving him before all of his blood was congealed or frozen or anything like that. That a couple of drops fell. That's my guess, but of course that is just a guess. I could see John going out into the backyard through the sliding door and having a conflict with the dog at that point. Possible. Well, I think a lot of different ways this could have gone down. Well, I gotta say, this is not necessarily where I expected the Commonwealth to go on the first day. The first day of week 2, Ryan Nagel is kind of the first new witness that we had after they finished with Cross of Hannah Knowles about the retrograde extrapolation. Primacy and recency, this happens on large scale, happens on a small scale. We're back for the week. It may not be, the beginning of the trial, but it's the beginning of us paying attention to what's going to happen this week. And what do we get? We get a guy that sounds pretty favorable to the defense. I mean, explain the theory to me, explain the strategy. I just don't know. I don't know. I really am. I'm a little bit baffled. I mean, even of all these people who came in today, why not start with Katie? Start with I hit him. And then scooch over to these people who are like, oh yeah, John totally wasn't in the car at 12:25-ish. I mean, this is not helpful. Not helpful to the Commonwealth. I don't know why you'd start your week off like that. If the jury is going to remember anything from this week, it's likely to be the first stuff that they heard and the last stuff that they heard. So that's Ryan Nagel. It's just such a bizarre choice. But it seems like we're starting to get into more of those first responders and investigators. So Good, Lank, Ray was there. Ray was at the scene. Flamati, we still haven't heard from. Maybe these people are who we're going to hear from next. And boy, then what? We still have the crime scene people to come in. Maureen Hartnett, Ashley Valier, Christina Hanley. Those were the main people. Did a lot of that stuff. But there were other forensic scientists. Maybe we're getting into them. I'm not sure. Not sure quite where this is taking us. We also had heard that the Commonwealth's accident reconstruction guy has a very narrow window in which he's available. So my suspicion is that whenever he lands, it's probably going to seem out of order because they just got to take him when they can, whether they've built up to that part of their case or not, whether it's cleanly introduced or not. But other than that, seems like we're kind of getting into those first responding officer stages of the investigation. So we'll see, but that's at least at this point where I would expect this to continue to go tomorrow. Finish up with Paul Gallagher, who does not like the defense one bit, but the buck stops with him. He's the one who told us his only job is to make sure that everybody else is doing theirs, and he didn't even do that. Didn't even do that, and that's the respect that he showed for John O'Keefe. Denmark Radar, to me, this sloppy police investigation looks like a clearing of the whistleblower from the local PD. It doesn't look like they really put in much of an effort, doesn't it? It looks to me like you just show up and check the box. You don't really want to know, but you got to pretend like you looked. So you just come and you do the minimal and be on your way. That's what it looks like to me. Imagine if they tried, they found John O'Keefe out there in the snow, unresponsive, same set of circumstances. Imagine if they tried to get to the bottom of what happened. And what would that look like? What would that look like? Would they have let all these people wander away from the scene? Karen takes off, Carrie takes off, Jen goes inside, Matt shows up. Haven't heard about Matt McCabe yet. He shows up somewhere in the middle of all this. What might it have looked like if they had tried? That seems like a Michael Easter kind of question, maybe. Duncan, Idaho, I don't really care what she said. She was hysterical, trying to make sense of everything. She might have convinced herself she did. Doesn't matter. I'm in the same boat as this. I don't care what she said. If she didn't hit him with a car, I don't care if she said she did. Because she was wrong. And people are often wrong in what they say for a wide variety of reasons. Sometimes they're lying. Sometimes they've forgotten. Sometimes they just remember things incorrectly. Sometimes they are traumatized and your memory is going to do strange things. That's why none of Karen's behavior that morning particularly bothers me. She didn't remember that they'd been to the water, or that they'd gone over to Fairview after the waterfall when she talks to Jen. That doesn't seem to bother me. Because that's what you do when you're panicked. You're not thinking clearly. You have the like amygdala hijack going on. Your body's getting flooded with your fight or flight chemistry. And the purpose of it really is to overpower your rational brain. It's like, you need to do this. I'm not going to let you think about it. You must. That's what that, high stress panic state is really doing. So no, it doesn't particularly bother me. And then if she has difficulty remembering it later, yeah, I would expect that too. She just tried to revive her dead boyfriend that they found in the snow. That is going to be probably the most traumatic event of her entire life. Far more traumatic than anything I personally have ever been through. Can't even imagine having to do that. Yeah, I'd expect your memory to be pretty distorted after that. So I don't really care what she said. I care about, can they prove he was hit with a car? If they can prove he was hit with a car, great. But if not, I just don't see her words as carrying any particular weight, as people are wrong all the time. Sometimes you just don't know. Sometimes you're guessing. So many ways to be wrong. The flavors of wrong. It's like Baskin Robbins. You can take your pick. Reasons for the wrongness. Well, pretty full day back. Kinda. Some weird procedural stuff going on that I don't know. I'll have to check as soon as we wrap up here, see if we have any more information about what was going on with that sidebar and stuff, but it doesn't sound like we do. But we'll see. Some kinds of conversations happening. Maybe we'll find out more, but maybe we won't. In the meantime, otherwise, we do seem to be moving along at a pretty decent clip. We got Ryan Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Katie McLoughlin, Paul Gallagher, and of course, about half of Hannah Knowles. It's not a bad rate. Not a bad rate of moving through witnesses in trial. So expect more of the same tomorrow, guys. I am going to, wow, it seems it's like a little early almost for me. No, we're not even at 9 hours yet. Man, my voice feels so rested. I'm going to preserve it in case something exciting, really exciting happens tomorrow. We need to talk a lot about. But I think that's pretty much our wrap for today. Of course, somebody's got one more for me here. AP, this trial gives me Dr. Richard Kimball vibes from The Fugitive. Oh, you know what? I haven't seen The Fugitive in like probably 25 years. I got to go back and remind myself of that. What it kind of reminds me of a little bit is Presumed Innocent. You guys remember Presumed Innocent? They did a remake of it. Not too long ago. I forget if it was on Netflix or Hulu or what, one of those places. So I don't necessarily want to spoil it for you guys, but just a little bit there in terms of the evidence and the questions and things deliberately ending up pointing in a certain direction versus another. A little bit of those vibes. People trying to send a message, perhaps, with the way that things are configured. So, another day without proof that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Yet another day, and we are still not at that part of the case. Looks like we might keep waiting for a while. But let's see what they got for us tomorrow. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Appreciate all of you joining me here. Appreciate the chat. Appreciate all of your comments and knowledge. I love being able to scroll through, be like, hey, medical folks in Massachusetts, like, what's the deal? And you guys are all like, oh yeah, we write on our gloves all the time. Like, I love it. You're such a wonderful resource. I just love the ability to kind of crowdsource knowledge that the chat gives us. It's very much a blessing to have all of you here and sharing what you think and your responses and what your background information and all of that. So appreciate all of you. Of course, appreciate the mods. Could not do any of this without them. Do give a warm welcome to our newest moderator, CH. Walking around with a wrench these days. Thank you so much for helping us all out. Of course, the other mods that you know and love, our Moon Goddess, our Chinny, our Nicola Walsh, Forensic Fuhrer, and Walsh. Why did I say that? Maxwell, Nicola Maxwell. So appreciate all of you. Appreciate all of you being here. You just make this place a fun place to hang out to watch a trial. So couldn't do any of it without all of you as well. Guys, we'll look forward to picking this back up tomorrow. See if tomorrow is going to be the day the Commonwealth decides we're going to talk about whether John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Maybe tomorrow's the day. Not going to hold my breath, but I'll show up and see. So with that, guys, see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 5:45 Pacific, 8:45 Eastern, and we'll all be here for day 10, and we'll see what it brings. Take care, everybody.